Good morning and welcome to this meeting of Mid Suffolk District Council's Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Sarah Mansell. I will be chairing the committee this morning. First of all, I'd like to apologise that we're unable to live stream this meeting. So, may I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are turned off when not in use. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Please ensure your mobile phones are on silent or switched off and that your laptops are switched to silent. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will not be broadcast live to the internet, but we're hoping that it will be able to be uploaded and viewed at a later date. The whole of the meeting will be recorded, except where there are confidential or exempt items. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. If you intend to do so, please could you inform the committee clerk. If you hear the fire alarm, please leave the building immediately via a fire exit and make your way to the assembly point at Ipswich Town Football Ground. Follow the signs directing you to the fire exits. Do not re-enter the building until told it is safe to do so. So first of all, some introductions. On my right, we have the members of the committee who will be making the decision. And then on my left, we have the officers. We have the area planning manager, Gemma Walker. We have our legal advisors, Ian Dupre and Adela. Can't remember. What was it? Luke. We will have case officers. Currently, we just have Alex Scott, but Avril Gowdy will arrive for her cases. We have Suffolk County Council Flood and Water Engineer Jason Skilton, and we have governance officers Claire Philpott, Alicia Norman and Mandy Smith. Thank you. Can I now move to the agenda? Item number 1, apologies for absence and substitution.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Haddingham and Councillor Linders is substituting.
Thank you. Item number 2, to receive declarations of disclosable pecuniary interest and other registrable or non-registrable interests by members. Are there any to declare? Take that as a no. Item number 3, declarations of lobbying. Any to declare? Councillor Warburton.
I've received emails about, which one is it now? The petrol station, 7C.
And we did receive lots when it came to committee last time, but I haven't had any recently. But do we need to declare the ones that when when this has been brought back to committee? We did all have, we did all have quite a lot then. Has anybody else received that any recent lobbying?
I wouldn't say it was maybe lobbying. I received an email in the early hours of this morning of the parish report, with a report from the parish.
That may be the same one. I think that might be the same one that Councillor Warboys has had. It was early this morning. I don't seem to have got it in my inbox. Okay, thank you. Item number 4, declarations of personal site visits. Any personal site visits? Thank you. Item number 5. Sorry.
Apologies. I'm quite often on the site for other reasons.
Which site?
Sorry, the petrol station site. I think it's...
Item C.
C, yes.
Thank you. Item number 5, MPL 2411. Confirmation of the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on the 23rd of October 2024. I believe there is a point regarding the accuracy of the minutes, so I'll just hand over to the Governance Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members. Councillor Penny has pointed out to me that on paragraph 53.16, the name of the councillor who seconded is missing. So I will look back at the recording and add that in. Thank you.
So once that amendment has been made, can we agree the rest of the accuracy of the minutes? So could I have a proposer, please? Councillor Warboys, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Elkin. So the Governance Officer will now conduct the electronic vote.
you, Chair. Members, that vote is in progress. Councillor Linda, I don't know if you're logged in yet. Shall I take your vote verbally? Shall I take your vote verbally instead? 4, thank you. Thank you, Members. Chair, that's 8 votes for, that's carried.
Thank you. Then the minutes of the meeting have now been confirmed and will be signed in due course. Item number 6, to receive notification of petitions in accordance with Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. Item number 7, the MPL 2412, the schedule of planning applications. We are going to amend the order of the applications heard today. We will hear item 7C first, that's the petrol station at Brome, followed by 7D, 6 Bells Felsham, and then 7A and 7B at Gateway 14. So we'll move straight on to item 7C, DC 22000416, land adjacent to the North Road roundabout, A140 Ipswich Road, Brome, and part in the parish of Thrandeston. And I will now invite the case officer, Alex Scott, to introduce the application to committee. Over to you, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, members, this is item 7C in the agenda. Application reference DC/22/0416, land adjacent to the North Roundabout, A140 Ipswich Road, Brome and Thrandeston. The application seeks outline planning permission with all matters reserved. The erection of a service station, that's petrol and electric vehicle charging facilities, and an associated shop with that element. Also a drive-through restaurant, business starter units of land use classes E, G and B8, and a HGV lorry park and facilities for drivers, and the whole development is proposed to be phased, and we have a plan as part of the presentation which will show that. Now, the application is returned to committee for the second time. It was previously presented to committee on the 23rd of November 2022, and also most recently the 28th of August 2024, where it was deferred to ensure first point, receipt of evidence to demonstrate that surface water flood sequential test has been satisfied. And I can confirm that has been done, and that's set out in paragraphs 5.3 to 5.14 of the officer report. The second point was the carrying out of an environmental impact screening opinion, and reference to this is made in paragraph 14 of the officer report, and I can confirm that was carried out, published on the 14th of October, with your officer's conclusion that an environmental impact assessment is not required as part of this application. And the third point at previous committee was the carrying out of a member site visit, and this occurred on the 6th of November 2024. So we move to the presentation. It shows the site location within the district, the site location within the local area to the north of Eye Airfield, and you can see the towns of Eye there and Diss. This is taken from Google Maps, an aerial view of the entire Eye Airfield, showing existing developments. So the proposal, the general area is highlighted here at the north, to the north roundabout. We then have the south roundabout here, and several other developments going on there, Cranswick and Progress Power, and there's also the gas main station there, which is referred to in the report, and with the town of Eye here. And some aerial maps, again, a wider view and a closer view. And this is the constraints map. So the site is located within the countryside, not within a settlement boundary. however, adjacent to the A140 strategic highway network, so there's provision for principal in the current development plan. We also have a public right-of-way, which is denoted by this dotted green line, and that was diverted when works to put in the North Roundabout were carried out by Suffolk County Council. There are also some Grade 2 listed buildings within the landscape, and you can see one of those here at Hill House, adjacent to the residential caravan park. This is provided by the applicant as part of the flood risk assessment and surface water drainage assessment. This shows fluvial flood risk and Environment Agency's flood zones 2 and 3, which you can see surrounding the wider area. The site itself actually doesn't lie within one of those zones. It lies within flood zone 1, where there's less than 0.1% annual probability of flooding from river or tidal sources. This is a surface water flood map, or fluvial flood risk map, and shows the extent of flooding as assessed by the applicant's consultant. So within the red line we have these areas of risk, and the darker areas of the higher risk, the lighter blue, medium risk, and then the very lightest blue, low risk, and anything not shaded is very low risk. And AEP stands for annual exceedance probability, and we have the percentages here. So the highest risk would be 3.3% annual probability of exceedance. This is an aerial photograph of the site. It is quite of some age now. This came in when the application first came in a couple of years ago, but hopefully it gives an idea of from that angle, from the air. And we have the 5 significant trees which are on the site, the greenfield area of the site. And then we have the previously developed brownfield area of the site where the starter units and the lorry park would go. The petrol station would be closer to the roundabout, with the drive-through restaurant here. And there's also a attenuation basin in this location. Please bear in mind this is outline and all matters reserved, so everything is indicative technically at the moment. This is the current site location plan we have for the site. This was updated following last committee in August. And just a close-up of that showing the current proposed layout. So we have the service station here and the drive-through restaurant and the proposed HGV lorry park with a service building and the starter units in this location. And this plan just shows the evolution of the indicative layout. So this was what was originally submitted in January 2022. It was then revised in February 2022 to add a correct north point, I believe. That's the only difference. And this is what members saw the first time it came to committee. That was then revised, and this is what members saw or were presented with in August. And the main change was the moving of the lorry park further away from the residential caravan site, which is just off the road because of concerns raised there. And so the proposed business units and lorry park have been switched. And this is the current plan submitted following last time it was at committee, and this has just added the various phasing. So in terms of phasing, proposed to put in the service station first, then the lorry park, then the drive-through restaurant, and then finally the starter units. So expect that to come forward as part of reserve matters and delivery in due course, if you're minded to approve, of course. And this plan shows the location of the national high-pressure gas main, which runs through the south, where we have that infrastructure on Eye Airfield. And you can see the site outlined in red, so there is a distance in between the two. And this shows the distance between the site, 480 metres, to the Anglian Water pumping station for the fouled drainage, as submitted by the applicant again. And the gas main proximity drawing, and we can see the local gas main here and where that runs. And this is a drainage plan for the roundabout and link road. So just a correction to what members may have heard on site. I've had that confirmed with the applicant and with our advisor from the local lead flood authority. It was referred to on site that water would be directed this way to flow into the existing basin. I'm now advised that is not the case. It will be discharged at Greenfield runoff rate to the west of the site in those culverts we did have a look at on site. So yes, just to confirm that to you, and that's a rather major correction I've had to do. And this is simply a map showing the parish divisions. So to the left is the parish of Thrandeston, to the right is in the parish of Brome. Onto some photographs. This is taken from the new distributor road from the new roundabout which is put in, showing the footpath to the far north of the site. And in this location will be where the proposed business starter units would be. And you can see where that's taken from on this mini-map. The second photograph is taken from the north, looking across the existing access road from the roundabout here to the greenfield part of the site, and we can see the 5 significant trees which are on the site, proposed to be retained, and there will be a condition to protect those. And just looking down the former runway. And so we have in this location the proposed site for the service station drive-through restaurant. The other side, we have the starter units with the HGV lorry park beyond. And a closer view of that. And then the close-up of the trees, the greenfield part of the site. And then again, looking north towards the distributor road at the end of the site. You might be able to see the fence, which is the boundary of the nearest residential properties, the residential caravan site referred to. And then looking straight down again north on the former runway. And this is the existing access to the roundabout, and you have the existing storm drainage from the runway, which members saw on site. Now these are photographs I took during the site visit, and these show recent planting which has been done. It's believed that's been done by Suffolk County Council in terms of the landscaping scheme for the North Roundabout development. Now these trees are actually on the application site, so again, we would recommend that these trees are retained through conditions and given due protection in the same way as the 5 significant trees will be as well. And just some more views of that. This is the main A14D lead up to the roundabout. And then there's the roundabout and the access road from that to the development site, and some more views of these existing trees. So that concludes the presentation. As per papers, your officer's recommendation is for approval of outline permission subject to condition, including reserve matters. And also a Section 106 agreement to secure a financial contribution towards a footpath and cycle link from the development connecting to the town of Eye. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members to the case officer? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a bit more about the water moratorium and how that intersects with this being in an outline permission. And my understanding is that Essex and Suffolk Water have said they would object to anything that brings an increase in mains water usage, and the moratorium, I think, is in place until 2033. So obviously business starter units, petrol station, lorry rest area, presumably a restaurant, all have quite significant water usage. So I was just wondering how that will work. Thank you.
Yes, so it's the advice that there should be no more connections or increase in water usage for non-domestic. So it's a question of how far you stretch that. If I could ask for Gemma to elaborate on that a bit more.
Yeah, of course, no problem. There's always a bit of a tension between what we might describe as domestic and what the water companies describe as domestic. For their point of view, it's not just houses. They do include a certain amount of commercial uses in their domestic definition. So things like staff rest areas, your staff canteen, your staff toilets facilities are all included. So if you had something like, and we've had some already on our airfield, a storage business, and that includes perhaps staff rest area facilities, that water supply falls in the domestic category that Essex and Suffolk Water would connect to. That's in the in the domestic side. It is only when you go into the side of manufacturing that requires water in that process that it becomes non-domestic. Even something like a hairdresser's has fallen a bit both sides of that line, that perhaps if that's something you're doing at home as a business, that's still domestic, and they've been okay with that. If you're running a 14-seat salon, even that, there's been a bit of a domestic, non-domestic borderline. I think they did eventually conclude non-domestic on that one, but there is that sort of tension of actually we're saying this is commercial, therefore water. Actually, a lot of what might be there, your offices, definitely non-domestic. A lot of your storage type uses may well also be non-domestic. So there is a lot that could go into these units that wouldn't trip into that moratorium to be an issue. I hope that helps a bit.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Elkin?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you. I mean, presumably a commercial, quite large drive-through restaurant would not count as domestic. I mean, kitchens using water. And I don't know about petrol stations, if that, I don't know if there's any plans for car washing and things like that.
Don't know about the car washing, Alex, maybe you could...
No car wash proposed as part of this development. I'll say that.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Patchett and Councillor Linda, so I'm not sure if I've missed any other hands. Put your hand up now. So Councillor Patchett, and then I'll go to Councillor Linda.
Thank you, Chair. So this water moratorium, so this isn't determined by us, this is determined by the Water Board. So the Water Board are quite clear in their objection. They're the ones that determine these rules, the parameters. So why do we have a different determination of domestic and non-domestic to them? Because they are saying this is non-domestic and we object. So who's inventing this grey area? Does the grey area come from them or from our, whose interpretation is it? Because you're saying this is non-domestic, or you're saying this is domestic. I mean, Councillor Elkin and myself, we seem to think that this is non-domestic. So who determines these parameters? So is it you or is it them? Because they're objecting.
sorry, I hadn't read their comment as an objection. They were saying they didn't feel it was clear whether there would need to be an increase for non-domestic purposes, and they were after some clarity. That if the development would result in an increase in mains water uses, then they would object in line with their moratorium. So that's because they have given us an if there is an increase, they would object. So yes, if we were here today saying somebody has applied for a use that is, I can't think of a good example, but washing something is part of your process, it requires a lot of water in, a lot of water out, we would be saying that's a non-domestic use, and that would become a problem, and we would be needing, we would have that issue, and we've done that in the past. Doesn't quite apply here, but with intensive chicken rearing in the Hartismere Water Resource Zone, and said, okay, those chickens will need a lot of water, drinking water, washing down. That becomes a problem for the moratorium. How do you deal with that? The difference is where uses are, the business side at the very least. I need to check on the drive-through side. The business side, yes, I'm here. Storage units, taking that as an easy example. There is no water in. There may be staff loos. That's domestic because it's something you would do if you're at home. If you flush the loo, if you run the kettle and wash your hands. That's essentially what they mean by domestic, is something you might otherwise do at home, whether you're at home in I or whether you're in the office in I. It's the same amount of water in their view, in a very basic way of putting it. So that's the slight difference. It's not that they're objecting specifically, it's they've said if the development is likely to result in an increase in mains water usage, then they would object.
No, so
do you want to come back, Councillor
I
Patchett?
definitely do. So it says the word if. So it says if there is an increase. So you can't sit there and tell me that toilets, showers, laundrettes, a drive-through aren't going to increase the use of water. So I understand what you're saying about toilets. So if you've got a storage unit, and for the people that use those storage units, there's a toilet, I get that. But this is for a truck stop. So the business is truck stop. So it's not, you aren't creating a storage unit and then you're supplying that person who rents it a toilet. The business is the toilet. The business is the shower. The business is the laundrette. They always have laundrettes. So we aren't talking about the toilet being a sort of a side issue to a storage unit. We're talking about, you're bringing people in because there are toilets. The business is toilets and showers and a laundrette. So in my eyes, the if, they are going to use extra water and they are charging people to stay there in the truck stop, and they can charge because there is a toilet, because there is a shower, because there is a laundrette. So you are bringing people in who want to use water. You are selling them water.
Is this a question?
Well, the question,
I think that's actually something you want to put into debate. Thank you. Councillor Linda.
Yes, first a follow-up question to you, Gemma. If you have a very large, big restaurant, is that still deemed by you as being domestic or commercial?
I have to admit, I can't remember which is which. I'm just having a quick read to real finesse those points, but that was in the consultation. Obviously, Essex and Suffolk Water were aware of the uses that were listed. So we've got the drive-through restaurant, we've got the petrol filling station, we've got the truck stop, are known quantities, and then we've got the business units are unknown to some degree at least. Could be B8, could be they could go either way. They could be water demanding, or they could be they could be domestic side. It could be an office with those facilities. So those ones, I think that's where particularly we were coming from. I think if Essex and Suffolk Water had concerns over the uses that are known, there would have been more in their comment. But I will go and read that and hopefully come back shortly on a bit of an update on those details.
Thank you. I think Councillor Hardingham. Do you want to come back, Councillor Linda?
Well, no, I had this was my second question, probably more important, is why has there been now a determination to discharge the surface water to the west side of the A140? That is an area where we already have clear problems with floodings of farmers' field. and there is also the railway line, and the culvert under the railway line is also inadequate as we speak. So why can't we just dispose it towards the east instead? That's a question.
Okay, well, I might ask for Jason to help me with this, but yes, I mean, you know, that is the current proposal as laid out in the applicant's report and assessment would be to use the existing culverts. There would be a drainage basin proposed on site, and it would be at a greenfield runoff rate. So I believe they're concluding no more harmful than the existing. It would be betterment even, I'm told. So yeah, so there would be a betterment to the existing runoff from the site.
I thought you just presented us with a map clearly showing that the outflow water would become heading west of the A140. Isn't that the case?
That was a correction, yes.
Yeah,
and you know, that was said on site. I apologise for that. That's incorrect.
My question still remains: why can't the surface water be discharged towards the east instead of to the west? That is a clear question.
Why it cannot?
Yeah,
I'm not aware of why it cannot.
Why is the suggestion to get rid of it to the west of the A140 and not eastwards?
That is the current proposal. That's all I can say. Why, if it cannot be, I don't know. It's not what we're
I think Mr. Skilton.
For that.
I think Mr. Skilton might be able to help here.
Good morning. Good morning, Jason Skilton, Suffolk County Council, LLFA. So with regard to the applicant, what they're doing is they're attenuating water on site to what we call the greenfield runoff rate. The discharge rate will be limited to what we call the 1 in 1 year rainfall event for all rainfall events up to the 100-year plus climate change. With regard to the direction of flow, they're putting into the nearest available disposal route, which is the roadside ditch. And that takes the water through a natural gravity system, which would then take it to culverts under the road. If they were looking to put it to the east, you're essentially trying to put water in an opposite direction. And it may mean that they would have to use a pump system in order to get the water away. Then you're also increasing water into a new catchment. So you could actually be putting additional water into a catchment that has already got more water than it can cope. So in essence, they're putting water how it would naturally fall.
Thank you. Right, so I've got Councillor Hardingham, Councillor Lawrence, followed by Councillor Penny, followed by Councillor Warboys.
Yeah, I would just like some clarification on why we were presented with incorrect information last time about the water flow. It would seem that the survey work wasn't correct if it was stated that the water would flow to the east, because it was stated at that time that that was the way the topography would take it. And looking at the drainage map, the highways drainage map, there is actually this drain which we found on site during the site visit, which runs up towards the roundabout and round to the drain point, which has got the concrete cover up beside the runway, and then falls to the existing attenuation basin, which was installed as part of the highway layout for the roundabout. So I'm just wondering why the whole thing's been turned on its head now and is running the other way. I understand that it's going to be attenuated, but our problem at the last meeting was a disagreement between the local knowledge stating that the water went to the west and the LLFA statement that the water would run to the east. I was just wondering why that came up.
The LFA has always only gone with the information that's been provided by the applicant, and that has always been to attenuate on site and discharge to that watercourse that runs along the A140. I'm not aware of the applicant asking to connect to Suffolk County Council's highway system and discharge it through there.
Right, well,
I think there was just some earlier confusion, maybe.
Sorry?
It sounds to me as if there was a little bit of earlier confusion,
Yes,
and I hope
yeah.
we've got the right information now. Alex,
Thank
did you want to come back?
Yes, yeah, part of the confusion. That was what was presented during the site meeting. That is incorrect. Yeah.
So apologies for the incorrect information. Did you have a further question? Right, I'll go to Councillor Lawrence next.
I'm just seeking clarification. If we were minded to approve this application, surely the moratorium on the water supply regarding business use is an issue then for the water company not to supply that business use. Is it really something that we should be concerned at as a committee? Is it not a relationship between the water company and its customer, whether it supplies that additional water or not for business use? And if it says no, it doesn't. Is that a concern of ours? I don't think it is. Thank you.
Thank you. It isn't. It's classic planning answer there, I'm afraid. There is a degree to which we'd want to take that into account. As I said, we've had some with your intensive chicken farming, that obviously we would have a duty there. If you've built a whole chicken shed, you can't actually use it because there's not enough water. There's a planning point in there. There is a degree to which, and this is almost what Essex and Suffolk Water do say, that they will they protect it. They will limit the amount of water that goes in, and that they would work with businesses to look at headroom, to look at supply. So I think they do add into their comment that, you know, they would work with them until new supply schemes are operational, which is obviously the long-term plan, is not to have that moratorium in place, which at that point releases things. But I think it's beneficial to look at it to make sure we're looking at it in the round. From a planning point of view, we can put a condition on, and we have proposed one, so that water efficiency, supply, rainwater harvesting would all be part of any proposal that comes forward, so that wherever we can, we're making sure we're not wasting water, we're saving it, and we're making the best use of it. I do have the definition of domestic from the Hartismere Water Resource thing. It's fairly long because I think they have struggled with that definition. And in fact, when they say what is included in non-domestic supplies, their first answer is it's easier to confirm what domestic use is, and to assume that all other uses are non-domestic. Okay, helpful to a degree, but it goes on a lot more than that. Domestic use is water that is used in a residential dwelling, in a public place, for example, school, hospital, library, or business, for welfare, including but not limited to employee or public toilets, employee or public bath and showering facilities, workplace kitchens and canteens. It includes the use of water for drinking, washing, cooking, central heating and sanitary purposes by residents and employees. Providing an exhaustive list of non-domestic uses of mains water is difficult. However, uses can include, but not limited to, mains water for manufacturing and processing, livestock production, irrigation and cooling. So hopefully that expands a bit further on the exact of that, but I don't think it is an exact science. But as I said, there is a point in planning that we can look at, that we can offer some benefits to, and would be reasonable and necessary at the current time, so we could have got more control by condition. I hope that helps on those various points.
Thank you. Councillor Penny.
Yeah, I was just curious about why the location of the attenuation basin was chosen to be at one of the highest points on the whole airfield site. There might be a good reason for it.
As it's a outline application, it's just indicative. So what they're doing on their plans is they're showing that they've got space to store the water and then a disposal point. So we would come through at the reserve matters and the discharge of condition and liaise with them through the case officer with regard to the ideal location and the best point to discharge.
But we do have a sort of indicative layout of what's going where. And if the attenuation basin was to move, surely that would affect the sort of layout that's on the indicative plan, and therefore it wouldn't, whatever came through on reserve matters might not comply with the layout that's agreed at outline. if you know what I mean.
I do, Chair. So it doesn't have to comply with the layout we've got before us because it is indicative. The point of an outline layout is to say you could get that amount of development on there. Usually the easiest one to look at is houses, is actually I can't get 100 houses on this site because the water's going to take up that amount of room. That's a refusal, but actually you could get 40 and there's still enough room for the SUDs, which is 15, 20% land.
20%.
Thank you, I was about right. How that would work. And it's similar here. We know that this is the amount that we could look at. How it actually evolved could be something that would look through reserved matters. So the layout is a reserved matter and is something we would come back to. I think it's one of those difficult things. People see that that's what they think it will look like, but actually it may well evolve through the reserved matters.
But the location of the lorry park has been moved specifically to keep it away from residential dwellings. So if they jig everything around and put the lorry park somewhere else, then that's a different matter, isn't it?
So we still would have to consider that amenity point through our reserve matters. It doesn't take anything off the table in terms of the impact when we look at reserve matters. We're saying, could we put this use up there at the moment? The where it goes is to a degree separate. If we felt strongly, we could look at a condition about the lorry park. We could look at a condition about some noise assessment before they do their reserve matters so that we got that information to hand if that's something the members felt they wanted.
Thank you. Did you want to come back, Councillor Penny?
I think, Chair, I think you've gone where I was going to go.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, I think my question is for Mr. Skilton, our flood and water engineer. It's good to see you here, I think, to answer these technical questions. First question is really about the prediction of flooding, basically. There's once in 100 year and once in 200 year. As a layman, my impression is we've got quite rapidly changing weather patterns, and though we may not have more rainwater, but it's arriving in more intense storms. So the first question is, how up to date are these flood maps? Do they take into account more recent events?
So the surface water flood maps were last updated in June 2024. There is new national flood maps being published in the spring next year. I was actually at a meeting yesterday with the heads of Environment Agency and DEFRA, and they have led us to believe that majority of those flood maps will remain as they are.
Thank you.
Did you have a further question?
Yes, and this is really, it's not really part of our documents, but it is a recent email from Paul Freeman, the parish clerk from Trandeston. We've clarified that the water's flowing west. This has recently resulted in flooding of farmland to the west. I know flooding of farmland is a form of attenuation in a way, in that it slows the water down, but obviously it's quite destructive for the farmers. Now, part of this is suggested we put in a condition of installing larger culverts for water to flow from the airfield to the River Waveney, which includes improving the drainage along the west of the A14. Yeah, sorry, A114. Is this feasible? Would it be advisable to do so, to speed the water flow along that side of the A140?
So firstly, within the Red Line plan, it's probably not a planning matter. It would be something that have to be looked at by the various parishes and landowners if they're looking to sort of move water across the various catchments at a different rate. So I feel really it's not a matter that can be addressed through sort of this planning application.
Yeah. Okay.
Before you come back, Councillor Linda, I'm just going to ask a couple of questions of mine because you've had a go already. I'd just like to ask about the phasing diagram, especially given that we've just had the comment about they could change the layout anyway. So I was going to ask, if they are phasing it, are all the reserve matters going to come through as one application, or could they come through as there are 4 areas on that phasing plan? Could they come through as 4 separate ones, or are we expecting them to come through as one? And if they are going to change the layout, is there anything we could do to protect that line of trees? Because if they decide to change the layout, the trees might get in the way. So those are my questions really related to the fact that they're not necessarily going to stick to their outline indicative plan.
So, I mean, they would need to submit all reserve matters within 3 years. You know, that's the way the condition is worded. So we'd need that. You know, whether it comes forward in phasing, they can do that, is my understanding. In terms of the phasing plan, I have to ask Gemma, would they be bound? If we had an approved phasing plan, would they have to roughly put them in those locations? I'm not sure.
So there's 2 ways of having a phasing plan. There could be a phase in which reserve matters come forward, or there could be a phase of the way in which the build-out comes forward. Normally we're looking at the actual build-out, so we get all of the reserve matters sorted, we know exactly what's going to come, and then we want to know how they're going to build it, that we don't want bits built and then potentially left, because once you've started you don't have to finish with planning. So that's why we tend to like to know how it's actually going to be built out. I'm not 100% what you were anticipating with the phasing condition, which is why I was sort of suggesting the options available.
Yes.
So is it reasonable for us to ask that the reserve matters for the whole site comes through concurrently, or whatever the right word is?
Might defer to Ian on that one, but I can't see a particular issue with requiring that. No, I think that would be reasonable in this case. We're not looking at a big housing development that you would want to, you know, understand why it would come forward that way. I think you could ask for the reserve matters to come through all in one for the whole site, whether they applied for the layout as one RM and the landscaping as another would presumably be acceptable, as long as each reserve matter covered the whole site. I think that would be fine to do, and then the phasing of how it's actually built out would follow. Yeah.
Yes, I agree, because I mean, there would be a planning purpose behind that, wouldn't there? Yes, I agree.
And is there anything we can do to protect the line of existing trees, that not the newly planted, not necessarily the newly planted ones, but those ones that were in the aerial photograph?
Yes, indeed, and I'm suggesting such a condition that those are retained through our usual landscaping conditions. Protective fences and the like,
yeah.
Yes.
So I'll come back to Councillor Linda. You had another question.
Yes, am I understanding it correctly that as soon as the water has got over to the west side of the A140, it's no longer a matter for anyone except the landowners and farmers at the site? Thinking of the ditch that Councillor Warboys were talking about.
So from a legal perspective, no one owns water. So what happens under common law is a landowner has the right to collect water and pass it on, as long as they're not doing it in a negligent or willful manner. And there's the fact that the applicant is putting for a fully compliant surface water drainage system that is actually in betterment to what they should be doing. And what I mean by that is that, because this is an industrial type development, they only have to apply 20% climate change, but through negotiations they've increased that to 45%, which we would normally apply for a 100-year year development, which would be like a housing development.
Right. And so has there been any fluvial modelling done, as is pointed out in the Sandhurst Parish Council presentation?
There's been no fluvial. I think you mean pluvial, which is surface water.
Oh, sorry, fluvial, yeah, that's right. Pluvial, and because they are complaining here that pluvial flood risk modelling, therefore it cannot be taken into account because there are no data.
So with regard to what the Parish Council have asked for, My head of service has been in contact with them and asked for clear evidence, and that has still not been presented by the parish council.
Did I see your hand go up, Councillor Warboys? Do you want to come back?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Yes, I think as we got a condition where we put in money aside to improve the cycle and footpaths, and in previous applications money has been put aside to improve the highways that are off the site, would it be possible to include, whether it's a section 106 or whatever, money to have a drainage study of the land to the west side and make any improvements that are advisable to reduce the amount of flooding? Simply because this is devolving to the parishes and the farmers, and they're not going to have the funds, well, the parishes won't have the funds to do it. So this is a contribution, if you like, to alleviating that problem, which will be, I think which will be exacerbated by the development of the harder surfaces. Didn't mean to ambush you, but I've only just thought of it.
Yeah, I mean, almost anything can be the subject of a Section 106 obligation if there's a fair basis for it and it's related to planning. But then it comes down to what is reasonable. And if, I mean, you've just, given the scale of the development, and there might be some argument about that, in all honesty.
In my mind, putting that on the developer would probably be seen as unreasonable, because the surface water drainage system is fully compliant with national and local planning policy and guidance, and with regards to the climate change allowance, they're exceeding what they need to provide.
Councillor Linda?
Yes, my question is, what would the quality of the water be like in the attenuation basin? And that means we also want to know what the quality of the water would be like once it has got onto the west side of the A140.
So that quality side of things has already been laid out within the surface water drainage strategy. What they do is they have to comply with what's called the Serious Suds Manual Pollution Indices, which they've done. It sets out a number of treatment stages for the various types of water. As we've got a mixed type of industrial development, you've got water that will be classed as low pollutant up to potentially high pollutant with regard to the lorry park area. So when it comes to the reserve matters and the discharge of condition, we would then work with the applicant to make sure that the various phases has sufficient treatment stages, so the water leaving through the drainage ditch on the A140 is as clean as you would expect from a normal field.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardingham, did I see your hand go up?
Yes. Councillor Anders' question has largely solved my query, but I've got another point, which is that there is a county wildlife site immediately opposite on the other side of the A140. Is that of any relevance in terms of the water quality that's discharged? Because obviously we wouldn't want to see the status of that wildlife site compromised by having additional pollution running in that direction.
So as I said, they've got to meet the Serious Suds Manual Pollution Indices. So the various types of development will range from low to high risk. So the high risk areas will be like the lorry park. So what would happen is they would have various treatment stages that have to go through. By utilising suds, we're using things like the basin and the outfall, and then there'll be other proprietary devices. You've probably heard the term of an oil separator. So things like that will be installed to make sure the various phases capture any pollutants, so the discharge point, the water is clean. What you could do is you could condition that there is regular monitoring of that outfall for a period of time after the final phase of development has occurred, to ensure that the water coming off the site, meets the requirement, and then any other mitigation needed will be down to the applicant to ensure that water is clean for, as you said, that wildlife reserve. But you would need to set a benchmark to start with.
Did I see your hand, Councillor Elkin? I've also got Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Linda and Councillor Penny wanted to come back as well. So we'll go in that order. Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. I just had a quick question about the Section 106 funding for improving connectivity. It sort of mentions that would be made available for sort of to make it easier for pedestrians and cyclists to get to the site, so as not to increase sort of local traffic. I was just wondering, maybe it's something we can't get into, but I can't imagine what you could do with £75,000 that would actually increase connectivity between I and the site. It's a busy road with no pavements.
What's your question?
Yeah, just if you could tell us a little bit more about what that money's for and how will it just go into highways budget for them to decide how best to use it, or will it? Yeah, if you could tell us a bit more about that.
My understanding that would go into a pot, which we have for about 10 years, I think, and that would be a contributor to any projects coming forward from Suffolk County Council. I have asked if there are any at the moment. I haven't really received a definite response on that, so there's a question of are there any schemes they're thinking of at the present. I'm not sure there are, but yeah, there would be 10 years in which to spend that if we were to secure that.
Yep.
Is that sort of within a defined geographic kind of area around this proposed site?
Well, we'd have to agree that as part of the Section 106. That will be set out in that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lawrence, I think you were next.
I'm just asking for clarification because there seems to be a bit of confusion. My understanding is that actually we should be looking forward to this development on the basis of betterment from what is there now for drainage, wherever it goes, whether it's to the west of the A140, and we've been told it's not east. So is my understanding correct that this is actually going to be a big improvement to what the flooding is actually happening now?
So with the scale of the development, to be perfectly frank, it will have an impact, but it will be actually quite low because it's not a huge development. If you were looking at the whole of our airfield and doing what we do now across the whole thing, you would see, a significant decrease in the amount of water. So it will have an impact, but it's not something that will be recognisable, to be perfectly frank.
Due to come back.
You say impact, I'm assuming positive impact.
I've lost the plot. Was it Councillor Linda or I'll go for Councillor Penny because Councillor Linda's already had about 3 goes. So Councillor Penny followed by Councillor Linda.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with my working out how water flows uphill. I'm still not fully resolved. With the runoff from the lorry park, which is potentially lower than where the attenuation basin is, to my mind, the water would flow maybe towards the road and the gully, which would take it into the highways system and then flow east. Am I correct, or have I got the contours a little wrong? Or
so what will happen is the drainage system, with regard to catching the water and conveying it, will be set at the levels required, depending on the full topography of the site. So it could mean that some of the gully connection points are lower down in order, so you've got a gradient to take the water across into the attenuation area. As we said, it's an outline planning application, so none of these features have been fixed.
Councillor Linder.
Yes, my question is if there are any still outstanding problems in this area coming from the previous developments. I have been talking to some locals and also read the Thunderston representation, and it seems there might well be. So, are there any such issues still that have not been dealt with?
I'm not sure that can be dealt with this application if it's not from this application site. If it's from a previous development or other development on our airfield, please correct me if I'm wrong, officers, that this application can't rectify mistakes of a previous application.
Let me just clarify why I asked the question. My simple thinking is that if there are still outstanding problems from the past, they should be amended before we embark upon anything new. That is why I asked the question.
Unfortunately not, no. This site is not responsible for dealing with problems of the past, perhaps when we didn't have the measures that we have today, when we weren't aware of flooding and climate change. We can't go back on that. The only thing we could do, if there are schemes that we think are perhaps in breach of their conditions, we would need to pass that to our enforcement department, but that is pretty much as far as we can go. The best thing we can do is have this scheme manage its own water in the way that we would expect in an up-to-date manner, and as Jason's mentioned, above and beyond wherever we can negotiate that, which we have in this case.
Right, Councillor Patchett.
Thank you, Chair. So while we're on the subject of enforcement, and so while we were at the site, we saw some building work going on immediately adjacent.
That you report that to the enforcement officers.
Well, I'm asking if it has been.
Well, you can report it if it hasn't already been done so. I don't think that is relevant to this planning application.
Well, I think it's highly relevant, though, Chair.
Yeah, if I may, it's kind of off subject, but I have reported that to our enforcement team. They are looking into that.
If there is an enforcement case on a site, it is not material to planning permission being granted. Lots of applications are retrospective. They're still lawful, as I understand it, but maybe I haven't got the right words.
No, that's fine, thank you. I'm just going to say, where we've got to look at, it doesn't have planning permission granted, potentially. This gets determined in whatever way you decide today. That application may then come forward in the future retrospectively, and that application would be following on from this, as it were. It's a bit of feels a backwards way. That's already there, but if it doesn't have consent, we deal with this first, and then we sort out what somebody may or may not have done is the way that planning would work through that. So yeah, unfortunately, we can't work on what may or may not have happened next door.
Right, I'm hoping that is the end of the questions. I've just got one more question about this drainage. All the modelling is done, I presume, with some sort of algorithms, and you've already said we could have a condition about checking the quality of the water that's discharged. Are there any checks to make sure that your modelling works as predicted after the event, once it's built?
So we have got a planning condition proposed, which is for what we call the SUDS verification report. So that would be evidence that's collected during the course of the construction of the surface water drainage system, and then post-construction it's then surveyed to make sure it's working in accordance with the approved strategy. So that's something that we brought in 2020 as a result of people having concerns, and we've started to see these come forward. So ironically, Gateway 14, which is up later, we've actually had the first ones of those through to show that they're being, they're working in accordance with the system that was approved.
Can I just check that is already a condition that we've got listed, or do we need, if we are going to grant permission today, do we need to add that?
What I've got in the shorthand, Chair, is those conditions recommended by the local lead flood authority, and yes, that is included in Jason's most recent response. So yes, yeah.
So it will get monitored to make sure it's working as you expect it to. Hoping that is we had a lot of questions, so thank you for being so thorough. Right, so we were due to have a public speaker from Llandyston Parish Council, but I understand that he's very recently suffered an accident and is unable to be present today. But he has sent a written document which I'm going to read out. So this is from Philip Freeman from Llandyston Parish Council. Right. The Governance Office is going to time me. Flooding. I have spent 2.5 years trying to get Mr. Scott to look at the mistakes in the original application, which showed water from this site making its way to the River Waveney along ditches that ran uphill and through ditches that don't exist. Finally, we met at the site meeting, and during the visit, we were told by the representative from Roy Humphrey Group that the surface runoff would join the drainage from the northern roundabout. I have checked the plans and other documents, and the drainage strategy plan indeed shows a drainage system, but this appears to be a map produced by Suffolk Highways, which shows how water from the northern roundabout flows into an attenuation basin on the east side of the airfield. I queried the comments made at the site meeting. He stated that the drainage of the development would not be through the culverts and system to the River Waveney, but would use the drainage system of the new northern roundabout. I queried this and he would not respond to my question. On pages 7 and 8 and in Appendix L of the Flood Risk Assessment and Surface Water Drainage Strategy, prepared by Plan de Sil, paragraph 2.5, clearly states that the surface runoff will flow under the A140 and into the Llandyston Beck and to the River Waveney. If this is not the intended direction for the runoff water to be directed, why is this section included and shown in the map in Appendix L? The water will flow from the airfield to the River Waveney by a totally inadequate system and flood areas of farmland and meet an inadequate series of culverts which block the flow and flood adjacent land. In particular, it could damage the culvert under the railway. You have seen the flooding which has happened in recent years in the video that I sent the committee in August, and this application will exacerbate the situation and damage the land of 2 farmers in Llandyston. If you are going to approve this application, Llandyston Parish Council asks that one of the 2 following conditions should be applied to this application. Number 1, no surface water from the development will flow in a westerly direction under the A140 and through Llandyston Beck to the River Waveney. Or, number 2, Roy Humphrey Group will fund the cost of installing larger culverts for water to flow from the airfield to the River Waveney, which includes one under the railway line, and this should stop the flooding of the farmland in Llandyston. Water supply. In addition, during the site visit, there was a discussion of the water supply to the new development, and we were told that there was sufficient water available already on site, and this is at odds with the letter from Essex and Suffolk Water dated the 23rd of October 2024 and included in the list of documents. Entrance to the site. There is one entrance to this development, and the entire site, and this is completely inadequate and will result in a build-up of traffic on the northern roundabout. There is only one entrance to the site, and it passes through this development. Thank you. That was under 3 minutes. Right, so unfortunately he can't be here, so we can't ask him any questions. We don't have an objector, we don't have a supporter, we don't have the agent or the applicant, but we do have the ward member. So I'm going to welcome Councillor Weller, and over to you for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. May I start with a question, simply because I couldn't hear what was said earlier, and I hesitated to ask because I was scared that I'd be told off by speaking before my time.
You are able to ask questions, and I'm sorry if I missed your hand going up.
No, you didn't miss my hand. I deliberately didn't raise it for fear of chastisement. It was a question of Gemma. Gemma, when you gave us the definition of domestic, you did tell us where you got that definition from, but I didn't hear it.
Yep, no problem. Let me just find the document again. Give me 2 seconds. It's called Essex and Suffolk Water, Living Water, all you need to know about the moratorium on new supplies for non-domestic mains water use.
So that's Essex and Suffolk Water's website, is it?
Yeah, essentially it's the document they publish explaining their moratorium.
Thanks very much for that. Because when the discussion around the definition of domestic was raised here, I first looked it up and went directly to the Act. The Act is Section 218 of the Water Industry Act 1991. And I got that reference from Essex and Suffolk Water website as well. And my reading of that legislation doesn't tessellate with the guidance that you read out from the same website. So I feel there's a problem there. And where there's a deviation between an Act of Parliament and something that doesn't even constitute guidance, it doesn't constitute guidance if it's simply written on their website. That's just their interpretation of the law. Then the law has precedent. I'll say no more on that because I'm not acting as a lawyer here. But I'll start my statement now. So I'd like to start by thanking committee services for arranging and members of the planning committee for attending the site visit on the 6th of November and for the gracious forgiveness of my failure to provide refreshments, which I only too late realised was incumbent on me as ward member. The points I make today are aligned with those that I raised with committee in August when this application was last considered. Subject to certain caveats to mitigate potential nuisance to residents of Four Oaks Park, I broadly still support this development in principle and believe the site is suited to it. My emphatic objections, however, continue to be concerned with water, both the supply of fresh water within the Hartismere Water Resource Zone and the containment and management of pluvial runoff, given its lasting destructive and financial impact on residents and landowners. On fluvial runoff, as a point of accuracy in the papers, with reference to the I development framework at 3.5 on page 56, that's the penultimate line on that page, the planning officer refers to the location of the proposed link road between the A140 and the B1077. That road isn't proposed, it exists, and it's existed for more than 2 years. In fact, planning officers provided some pictures of it for us today. And the reason I raise that is because the surface water management system implemented within the construction of that link road is inadequate. And although we've heard today that this committee can't consider outcomes of applications that have been previously considered, including the waterworks accompanying construction of that road, I'm raising it nonetheless for this reason. That even with exceptional rainfall, capacity in the attenuation pond there is exceeded, and overflow from it cascades downhill and arrives in I. This is an example, therefore, where planning, in this instance, Suffolk County Council, approved a drainage system in recent years, presumably compliant with contemporary legislation and guidance, but nonetheless, it's entirely unfit for purpose. So whilst it's recommended that this outline application appears to the officer to be compliant, we should all be very clear that compliant does not equal fit for purpose, and approval will likely result in further flooding. If this outline application progresses, further increased flooding is inevitable. Members will recall having sight of digital footage of acres of lakes that are usually fields and torrents of rivers that are usually roads at the last meeting. At the site visit earlier this month, at least 2 members in my presence, councillors Warboys and Hardingham, made a request of the planning officer to seek information from Suffolk County Council Highways with respect to the ditch and culvert running immediately adjacent to the eastern edge of the A140 and vanishing at the entrance to the southern entrance to the site. The planning officer accepted this action. This drain feature is critical to the existing and potential development. The precise location of its outfall is highly relevant to flooding from the east, directly impacting on land lying to the west, and that's the land that Councillor Linda's referred to. I'm disappointed to see no evidence in the bundle that this action has been followed up to inform committee in their decision making today. Turning to water supply, Essex and Suffolk Water have, oddly in my view, indicated that the application is insufficiently clear to establish whether A, there is any domestic development proposed, and B, whether it's likely that the proposed development will result in an increase in mains water usage. In my view, the outline application is absolutely plain, that there's no domestic development proposed, and that's in spite of the query that I still have around the definition as discussed just now. And B, it's more than likely that development will result in an increase in mains water usage. How can this not be the case unless a petrol station, drive-through restaurant, driver's rest area, retail outlet and up to 24 business start-up units have no tap or toilet between them? I'm not remotely persuaded by the agent's argument during the site visit that an existing water supply can be extended as long as the proposed tenants can cope with a reduced flow. This is what we were told at the site visit. Irrespective of the flow rate, additional water outlets equal increased demand, and I'd suggest that that demand would be significant on this site. The planning officer indicates that domestic use for staff, etc., is permissible, but the proposed development clearly provides a service to the passing general public, as Councillor Patchett's previously stated. So we're talking about drivers, truck drivers, diners, and others, and these can't be equated with any kind of domestic setting as we know them, or indeed as the law states them under the Act that I previously cited. So these visitors to the site will be the non-domestic consumers of volumes of water that are not currently supplied to the site. The Water Authority has been unequivocal in their correspondence of the 23rd of October on the matter of new supplies or extension of existing supplies to non-domestic premises. That is, they will not entertain them within the Hartismere Water Resource Zone, which of course is already struggling to preserve the scarce water resource with a negative impact on existing commerce in the airfield. In that correspondence, the Water Authority has explicitly requested that the applicant provides clarity on its related proposals, and I've seen no evidence in the bundle to suggest that this has been sought or obtained by the Planning Authority to support the decision recommended today. I'll make two closing procedural remarks with regard to hazards and contamination. The I-Development Framework itself states at 2.13 on page 26, where a site is near to a hazard such as a gas compressor station, the Planning Authority will have a statutory duty to refer the planning application to the Health and Safety Executive. The Health and Safety Executive will respond that they either advise against or don't advise against the granting of planning permission, and the Planning Authority take this into account when making a decision on the planning application. Now that's a direct citation from the, should have mentioned the citation, but from the I-Development Framework itself. Now whether or not that's a consideration at outline stage or when the more substantive application comes in, I don't know, but certainly at this outline stage I've seen no correspondence referring the application to the HSE for their response in accordance with the statutory duty described in the I-Development Framework. Finally, with regard to land contamination, which is on page 56 of the bundle, members will, I hope, recall the site of, as Councillor Patchett's reminded us, recall the site of a very recently constructed canopy, not dissimilar in design to that under which a vehicle wash might be installed. A trench drain, also of the type expected in a vehicle wash facility, has been incorporated into the build directly under the canopy. I've been unable to find a related application and would query whether, even in the event that construction is permitted, an environmental permit has been obtained with respect to the wastewater this drain is intended to remove. I'm concerned that the in-principle assurances provided by our officers in connection with this outline application on land contamination appear at odds with actual development in situ, apparently in the absence of due process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of the ward member? Councillor Linder.
Yes, I'd like to ask you, do we know if there are any hidden remnants of contamination from the airfield areas where these works are going to be undertaken?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. It could well be that, I suppose it's likely, I suppose is the answer, because of the former use of the airfield, but I certainly can't give a definitive on that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the residents at the caravan park. I think you mentioned where the current basin isn't adequate. I haven't seen flooding at that site. I wondered if you could tell us what was happening there.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Elkin. And that was the very reason I raised it, because I've seen flooding from that attenuation pond, and residents at Four Oaks have reported it to me. So it has insufficient capacity to deal with the water that's currently channeled to it, which is from the south of the new road, and that water travels onto the road that leads into so just outside the recycling centre. And on a number of occasions where I've driven from Dis into via that route, I've seen water on the road, not making a connection between it's coming from that attenuation pond as opposed to anywhere else. But residents on the site drew my attention to it on one occasion when it was happening, and I saw for myself that it was overflowing.
Any further questions? Okay, so I will now open this item up for debate. Anyone like to go first? Councillor Warboys.
Yes, I think I like Councillor Patchett's comments about this all being about the bathrooms, and it is certainly all about water, where it comes from and where it goes to. I think there's a huge amount of work being done, and it's good that we've had expert advice on what we're doing. I think Plan de Sel have produced very thorough documents about how the water will be treated, and we talked about putting a condition in to monitor the quality of the water that's coming off site. There was a comment about having a benchmark to start with, so we're looking to maintain it, I assume, rather than see it degraded, but I think that will be clarified at some point. The runway, the existing runway has got a huge gully at the side of it, which takes storm water off the runway into a drain, which flows down and may cause problems at the attenuation problem by the depot. But it shows the necessity, I think, for really sort of securing the drainage on the site. There's been a huge amount of development on the site. The water from the site at the moment, I think, where it flows west, flows into a ditch along the A140, and then that ditch flows west of the A140 into farmland. We can't sort of go back and sort of see whether that needs looking at again, but it is a well-maintained ditch. We talking about matters that are outside the red line, and we've had a lot of very good professional opinions about what's happening within the red line. I think it would be quite reasonable, just as we're asking Section 106 to improve cycleways and footpaths, which are outside the red line and may not even be within the immediate vicinity of the red line, to ask for a Section 106 to look at the drainage system on the west of the A140, which is taking the outflow from this site, which may or may not be significantly more than the existing outflow, but I think it will be at some point, and looking at ways in which that drainage can be improved to mitigate the flooding that occurs west of the A140. I think there's been movement. We've looked at an improved layout. I think moving the lorry park away from the static homes is a good move. I do have, we've talked about sort of the the Environment Agency talked about sort of not having below ground fuel tanks, which I think will be, in the nature of the site, probably a good move. So and it is probably a good site for a lorry rest area. Certainly that sort of facility is needed along the A140, so there is that community benefit. I just think in terms of public community engagement and looking over our shoulders at public perception of what is going on, I think that making a significant contribution to the drainage west of the A140 under sections would be a good step. So with that proviso, I'd probably support the application. I think further down the road we're looking at a detailed application, and I think it's up to Essex and Suffolk Water to sort of see whether their moratorium will stand, which I think is what I understand the state of things. They're quite capable of putting forward and stopping the development at that stage. Is that, well, that's my impression, that they wouldn't approve the application if they breached their moratorium.
You're going to come back, Gemma?
I'm happy to chat. I mean, I'll just go back to what they've actually said in their comments, that they're unable to agree any new mains water connection where the water will be used for a non-domestic purpose, so they have got that control. It says if the new connection will use both domestic and non-domestic, they'll only agree a new mains water connection for the domestic purposes, so they will not give any more water than they are happy to as part of that. So whatever we do has got a limited impact. Essentially, they will only, through that moratorium, do the water they're happy to supply. If in the future there is a greater supply and people then want to do different uses, that's part of a conversation with them at that point in time. At the moment, by condition, we can offer some control to make sure we're making the most efficient use, and we've got that information. I think, does that help answer some of that?
Yeah, I think that's what I mean, yes.
Okay.
So that's my take on it.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Linda, and Councillor Hardingham's just put his hand up as well. So, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I take comfort from the fact that we've been assured that the drainage or the rainwater from this red line site is going to be less than it is existing. And the applicant has negotiated 40% better when they haven't had to. So I think that's very positive. I think it's, and we've also been told it's unreasonable to request a 106 for the drainage systems west of the A140 because of that very situation. We've got betterment than we have now. And to me, there's no point in having a 106 requiring a study unless you also have the results of the study are implemented. You can't have, it's pointless. And in fact, we've been told, and I'm not an expert, we've got one in the room, putting in larger culverts and increasing the flow to the Waveney, it could result in flooding further down on the Waveney to some other unfortunates. So the general idea is to slow water to the rivers as a general principle, not speed it up by putting bigger culverts in. So that's my limited knowledge, and probably will get torn apart by the expert. So I think we have to be very careful on what we're saying here, and I take comfort from what we've heard, and I will be voting in favour of the proposal recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Who just said was next? Councillor Linders. Were you next? Then it was Councillor Hardingham, then it was Councillor Penny.
Yes, I think it's been clarified that if the water goes to the west of the A140, the problem will rest with the farmers there, the villagers there, and with no one else. They will be left on their own. And I spoke to farmers there on my own initiative. I've not been lobbied, and to find out more. And they have, in fact, already had flooding problems this very autumn, in spite of the relatively low rainfall. So another thing which makes it even more difficult is the insufficient culvert under the railway line, so they are basically being trapped between the A140 to the east and the railway line to the west. So if we propose this to go through, I think it must be on a condition that no water is transferred to the west of the A140. Thank you.
Councillor Hardingham.
Right, firstly, in terms of the water supply, my understanding of the Norfolk and Suffolk statement was, yes, that they don't accept any new supply for industrial use, but they also stated that they wouldn't tolerate any increase in use on the existing supply. However, that really would be a matter between them and the developer, and if the developer were to go ahead with no assurance of extra water, that would be their risk. So I think we can leave that one aside from our decision at the moment. So far as the flooding is concerned, I take the point that it's actually a relatively small site, and that the volumes of water being discharged from it are going to be no more than they are already, and possibly less. So I don't see that the comments from the parish councils and people to the west should really be taken too strongly, because the situation is as it is, and people are having to live with flooding on their grazing meadows and so on already, and I don't see this proposal will make it any worse. So that's my standpoint.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Penny.
Yeah, drawing on comments from others about flooding to the west of the site, and the parish council's comments with particular concern at the railway crossing. I was wondering, I don't know how good communications are between the parish councils and the communities and the site. I was wondering whether, rather than something coming through section 106, the owners of the site might wish to help their communities with flooding issues. I don't know whether we could, instead of requiring through a 106 contribution, we could require the site owners to liaise with the local communities about what they might do to mitigate any potential flooding in those fields going forwards. Just thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'll just try and make some of my own. I mean, I have an inherent dislike of drive-through restaurants, but I mustn't let that influence my planning decision. I think we have got the best assurance that we can about the drainage issue, and as long as it is monitored afterwards to check that it's working as expected, I'm not sure what else we can do. I think it was very unfortunate that there was a confusion of incorrect information being given prior to today and at the site visit, because most of what the Llandyston Parish Council objection is about the fact that the water is going to flow to the west, and he was trying to basically say, it's flown to the west, why do you keep telling me it's flown to the east? And that's almost like got his back up, because we got it wrong. And I think that seems to be the big problem. Now we're admitting that it's going to the west. We've been assured by our floods expert and the planning team that it's going to be better than it is now. And therefore it shouldn't make it worse than it is now. And so long as that is actually measured after it's been built, and that is the case, I'm not sure. And provided if it isn't the case, then hopefully it can be rectified. We've got our experts who've said that, and it's going to be better, then I don't think we can refuse it on drainage grounds. I think colleagues have already ascertained a bit about the water supply, and if Essex and Suffolk Water say that they will supply toilets and washing facilities and kitchens, whether they're public facilities or not, then I think we have to take that as their business, and whether that's non-domestic or domestic is really up to them. What I would like to see, though, is I would like to see the reserve matters come in as a whole, not piecemeal. I would also like to see the reserve matters broadly in line with the indicative layout because of that fact that we've already moved the lorry park. And I would also like to make a comment about the Section 106 going to the cycle network. Living in a village where that's been on the case for such a long time, I think we've had a proposed cycle path for 30 odd years. It's finally got a sill bid now. I don't know that we can do anything about it. The money will go into a pot, but if there's no plan and no one knows where this path is going to go, is it really going to happen in 10 years? And where's that money going to go if it doesn't? So I think that my plea is that if they're collecting money for this path, for Suffolk County Council to actually use it to make a path within the 10-year time limit. But unfortunately, highways aren't here. We've only got drainage and they're not going to deal with the cycle path. They might deal with the drainage on the cycle path once it's built, but I really hope that it is going to happen, and just having a Section 106 doesn't guarantee anything. I've heard what people have said. I understand that we've had, it is wet. Okay, we haven't had a wet October, but maybe the water tables are already very high from the spring. They probably haven't dried out. There is currently flooding. We've been assured that this is not going to make it worse. So at the moment, unless I hear anything contrary, I don't think we've got any planning reasons to refuse it really, but I would like a few extra conditions. So anybody else wish to say anything? Councillor Elkin and Councillor Patchett.
Thank you. Yes, it's sort of somewhat reassuring to know that the water isn't going to be flowing downhill into Eye, though obviously we don't want it to be flooding anyone else, but we've taken all the points that it's going to be at greenfield runoff rates, so hopefully shouldn't make that any worse than it is already. I think Councillor Weller pointed out that some of the, some water is likely to flow to the east just because of the lie of the land. Some water is going to find its way into that basin next to the caravan park. So I'm still a bit concerned whether that's going to make things any worse there. And also it's potentially has some contamination if it's just flowing off a lorry, places where cars and lorries are parking. From there it goes straight down the hill through the ditches into the stream which flows into the Dove in Eye. So anything coming off that site and going west goes directly that way, is my understanding. Eye Town Council has raised some concerns in the past mainly around things like lighting and increased traffic and noise pollution, but I imagine that would come, and operating hours, I think that would come back at reserve matters, so we can't really go into that now. I think my main worry is that the water moratorium is just applied fairly, because there are other businesses coming forward on the site who are struggling with this, and so I don't know how we can communicate decisions in a way that helps them understand that even if this gets outlined, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go forward if there isn't water, because there are very worried businesses elsewhere on Eye Airfield. One more minor thing was I know the main oak trees are protected, but I think there's about 40 oak saplings that have been planted, and they're actually showing at the moment, I think the layout would sort of cover them up in places. So I didn't know if there was any way of, I think it says something about protecting the boundary planting. I didn't know if that was including them, but obviously 40 oak trees, even small ones, is quite a valuable resource, and whether there's a way to condition that if they have to get moved in the future, that something, I don't think this would attract BNG, but is there a way to say that something equivalent gets put in somewhere? Was just a sort of request at the end.
Did you have any comments to make on those, whether we can protect the new saplings?
I think they would probably be covered by our landscape plan, but I'm happy. I was just typing up a suggestion that the tree protection measures include protection of oak saplings or replacement if necessary, that we can kind of, they can maybe move them or relocate them to make sure we protect that resource as best we can. Might be difficult, but if we've got something, we can see what we can do to keep them and replace them where if we really had to.
Thank you. Councillor Patchett.
Thank you, Chair. So I think this application is an application about water, really, isn't it? It's can they get enough water in? Are they allowed this water? Can they sufficiently clean that water? Because truck stops are notoriously filthy places. Can they store that water and then discharge it correctly? And what are you discharging? You know, are you discharging polluted water from the truck stop? And you know, this application is kind of called the truck stop application, I guess, but there is already a truck stop there, so we're not actually, I don't think we're providing an extra facility to truck drivers, because there already is a truck stop there. You know, this application is about a petrol station, and there's already a petrol station about a mile away, and there's already a petrol station a further 6 miles down the road. So I know a couple of meetings ago we had that Angel pub. And one of the reasons for refusing turning it into a house was because there wasn't enough pubs, right? That was a reason. So surely you can flip that on its head and say, well, if we're saying there's not enough pubs, so you can't turn this pub into a house, surely we can say there's too many petrol stations, we don't need another one.
I believe we have a policy about pubs. I don't believe we have a policy about petrol stations, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, I think Alex and I are both drawing a blank on that one, Chair.
Well, that's fine. Then perhaps it's a personal thing to me then. Perhaps in my mind, in my view, I'm seeing it flanked by petrol stations. I don't think we need to impose another petrol station on the planet myself. We're dealing with an applicant that does not hold the planning process in high regard. This was blatantly seen on the site, which, Chair, you weren't there, where we saw building works going on which were contrary to the water moratorium. Now, to me, if it looks like a truck wash and it smells like a truck wash, guess what? It's a truck wash. So if they haven't had planning permission for that, have they built it correctly to building regulations? So is that water correctly intercepted and filtered? How would we know? Because there's no planning application and there's no plans. So if they blatantly don't care what they do on their site with regards to that truck wash, whatever it is, why are they going to care about doing this other development properly? So I'm not supportive of it, and I do think we've got grounds to refuse it, because you know, agencies, government departments should work together. So if one of the local authorities, one of the bodies, the water board, Essex and Suffolk, if they're saying we can't supply you the water, we don't have the water, we should respect them as an authority who knows what they're doing and uphold their decision and say, we agree, you're saying there isn't enough water, and we agree with you, so we should refuse it on the grounds that there is not enough water, and water that they are expanding their site, which is against what it says in the moratorium, and they will use extra water, irrespective of what anyone says. This is a non-domestic site. They are selling toilets and shower facilities to people. It is not, the showers aren't a byproduct of what is there. It's what they're selling the showers to people. They are selling them water. That is what this site is. So this isn't domestic. This is non-domestic. The water moratorium should be enforced and we should refuse it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Linda, did I see your hand go up again?
Thank you, Councillor Patchett. You very nicely summarised my own thoughts, so thank you very much for that. Given the impacts on neighbouring businesses, we have got, I think, 2 petrol stations quite close to this. It's the Devil's Hand Basin, and then there is the roundabout leading to this, where there is a new petrol station. So there is ample supply of filling stations already, so why would we need another one? And finally, as has been pointed out so aptly, we would, by approving this proposal, put farmers to the west of the A140 in the Dwang, caught between the railway line and the A140, and we would not assume any responsibility for sorting their flooding problems, which are already quite prevalent. So therefore, I cannot support this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
To me, I think this introduction of nearby petrol stations is a bit of a red herring. Normally, generally, we support increased competition as an individual, not as a planning committee. We support increased competition because it brings prices lower. So I don't see why an additional station here shouldn't be provided on that basis, that we're going to be competing. It doesn't mean it's not needed. So I think that's a red herring, and again, I repeat, I fully support this proposal.
Councillor Elkin?
Thank you. I mean, I do have lots of concerns about the water moratorium and pollution and where the water's going and the impact on people living at the caravan park, but I think an awful lot of those, well, I think all of those will come back at reserved matters, particularly the water moratorium issue. I did want to just briefly mention, we talked about the negatives. I have, obviously being the there has been quite a lot of discussion about this, and there is quite a lot of support locally for the idea of, I'm not a huge fan of drive-through restaurants either, but particularly young people quite like the idea. There is not a lot of local employment, particularly again for younger people, so I have heard quite a few youngsters who are quite supportive of it from that point of view. And also the residents at the Brome Caravan Park currently have no shop accessible at all. Certainly nothing you can walk to. You could cycle into but it's a pretty unsafe road, so it will give everybody living there potentially a facility, a shop they can pop to, when they need to. So there are going to be positive impacts for people living there, but I think, as everyone has said, the concern is the water coming off the site going in the right direction, and is it clean? I hope, with all the conditions that have been put forward, I would be minded to possibly support something, provided that we can then, it'll all come back at reserved matters as exactly how it's going to be laid out, exactly where the water's going, and obviously the big thing, is there any water in the first place? So we're not saying there is by supporting it today. We're saying that that's an unknown at the moment, is my understanding of it.
Thank you. In response to your comments about some of the population of thinking that this is welcome, even more important to make sure we get the cycle link so that all these young people do not have to be driven there, driven back, and that effectively adding twice as many journeys. If they're going to work there or they're going to go there, they need to be able to get there themselves. So please, anyone in the area, get your finger out and get a plan for a bike route, so that they don't have to be driven there. And make sure that when it does come to reserve matters, we have good pedestrian connectivity so that the people from the caravan park can walk there safely, and things like that. We need to bear that in mind when this does come forward. We've had everyone, I think, has made a comment now, but nobody has come forward with a proposal. But Councillor Hardingham, I think, has just put his hand up.
Quickly, I'm quite interested in this question about the competition with other garages, because we have had other planning applications come forward where the applicant has been required to present a business case for the application. Isn't that so? And if so, how would that relate here? I think of one in particular in my ward.
Can I ask which one in particular, because it's not freshly coming to my mind?
I'll follow it up with you later, perhaps.
Okay. Yes, I think you probably both saw, both Alex and I are racking our brains to think of a policy that restricts that. I think Councillor Lawrence probably hit the nail on the head. We don't stand in the way of free competition. The only limit might be an allocation that either prevented it or encouraged it. The airfield as a whole has had its development brief. We've kind of been through those ramifications, but I don't think there's anything in there that would expressly prevent or allow that on either way, and it is a balance of judgment whether we think this is the right place and the best place for it in that regard.
And look at the plethora of service stations that are popping up all the way along the A14. There's like one every 4 miles, but unfortunately that we don't have policies to stop that. And in fact, it seems that they seem to use that as an argument, that you need one every 5 or 6 miles. Don't know why, and let's hope that when this does actually come to reserve matters, it's more of a EV charging station rather than a petrol diesel station. Okay, it probably will have to have diesel for the lorries, but let's hope it's got a good lot of EV charging points if it does come forward. We still don't have any firm proposals. We've had lots of opinions. So is anybody willing to put forward a proposal? Councillor Lawrence.
I propose we take the recommendations of the case officer and support the application.
Did you want to add any of the conditions that have been discussed whilst we've been having a discussion, or did you want it as per the papers?
No, I think the comments that you made I would take on board as well.
Which were to do with the phasing and the RM. But do I need a seconder first? Anyone prepared to second? Councillor Hardingham?
Yeah, I would like to second, but I'd like to add a condition in relation to the water quality that's discharged, the surface water. As Mr Skilton referred to, I would want some clarification as to what baseline we might apply to that.
Did you want to come back, Mr Skilton?
Yes, what we would have to do is we'd have to liaise with the Environment Agency for a set list of parameters that could be put as a benchmark and then could be conditioned.
So if I go to Gemma and to just to read out what the extra conditions are and check that they're okay with the proposer and seconder.
Great, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to check with Jason this is right first. So I've suggested baseline of water discharge quality to be agreed.
Yeah.
That would work with yourself. Yeah. Brilliant, thank you. So at the moment we're looking at approval as the recommendation on pages 67 to 68 with additional conditions that the reserve matters are to be submitted for the entire site. The reserve matters are to come forward in general accordance with the indicative plan. The tree protection measures to include protection of oak saplings or replacement if necessary, and the baseline of water discharge quality to be agreed. Hope that covers everything everybody had suggested.
Is that okay with the proposer and seconder?
It's good, Ruby. Thank you.
Can I just check that that does include this, which I think we have assurance from Mr Skilton that there is already a condition about making sure that the water drainage system works as modelled.
Yep, so I think that was in Jason's comments to us, and the way Alex has summarised it is all of the conditions as set out by County Floods will be in that. So it's the short version is what's in the recommendation, but it would include all
and
of
we've got the baseline of the quality of water, and we have got the monitoring of the quality of the water as well. That's already there. Thank you. Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. Just a quick question. With the monitoring, sort of modelling that the thing is drainage is working as expected, is that, will that include any water flowing off the site just naturally going towards the east as well as the main drainage system going off to the west? But will we have any way, will we look to see if there's any impact on the basin opposite the Brome housing?
So within the reserve matters application, they will have to provide a layout of the drainage, and it should be that all the water is contained within the site for the 100-year plus climate change, and then that the water is captured by the surface water drainage system, taken into the attenuation basin and discharged to the west. There should be no water going to the east from that part of the site. So that's making sure the levels are correct and that we're not adding additional water to the Caravan Park basin as we're referring it to.
Thank you.
And with regard to you said about the SUDS, the SUDS verification report is to show that it's been built in accordance with the approved drawings, bits and pieces. That's then enforceable by the District Council Planning Enforcement Team.
Thank you.
Councillor Warboys.
Yes, forgive me if I'm a bit slow on this. So part of the monitoring process is going to include monitoring the flow of water to the west of the A140 to make sure the attenuation basin, the proposed attenuation basin is working as it should be and coping with the water on the site.
So, as I said, yes, the drainage system will have a verification report which to show it's been built in accordance with the approved plans, and as part of that there'll be a flow control device on the outlet, and that will have a set rate, and as part of that verification report it can be shown that has been set to the correct levels.
I think I might have seen another hand pop up. Anyone else wish to make a comment or wish to speak to the motion that we've currently got? If not, then I think we can go to the vote. So do we need, she has read it out already, do we need to just remind ourselves, or is everyone happy? And you've got a clause that says as read out by the chief planning officer. So I think we can go to the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 6 votes for and 2 against. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to propose that we have a 10-minute break before we go on to item 7D. So can we meet back promptly at 10:02? It's now 22. So we'll close the meeting now. Right, thank you for coming back promptly. We will now move straight away into item 7D, DC 2404-135, land to the rear of the Six Bells, Church Road, Felsham. And we're over to you again, Alex.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this is item 7D, application reference DC-24/04315, land to the rear of Six Bells Inn in Church Road in Felsham. Now, the application before you is application for full planning permission for the erection of 2 bungalows, single-storey dwellings, with detached garages and associated parking and landscaping. And the proposal is to utilise the existing public house access from the Church Road highway. Now, the current application follows several previous applications for dwellings on the site, which I'll run through for you as part of my presentation. So we'll begin there. So this is a location of Felsham within the district, in the bottom left-hand corner. And the approximate location of the site within the village and parish, so opposite St Peter's Church there at the centre of the village. And some aerial views of the site. And there, you can see it's quite a significant open space within the centre of the village. And this is a constraints map. Now the brown line is the settlement boundary. Apologies, it is termed built-up area boundary, but the correct wording is settlement boundary in the current development plan. So the site lies within that. It also lies within the village conservation area, as you can see there. And there are several listed buildings which the site affects the setting of, most significantly the Six Bells Inn itself, which is Grade 2 listed, and St Peter's Church opposite, which is Grade 2 star listed. This is the site location plan provided with the application. Now, I think things to note is that it only includes a portion, I say only, but it includes a portion of the pub gardens. A portion is not included, and the Six Bells public house itself is not included within that red line. However, the car park is, and part of the proposal is to do some works to that existing car park. This is a topographical survey showing site levels and existing trees. Now, there are a few trees here which will be required to be removed as part of the proposal to make way for the driveway, which we'll see on the next slide here, so through the middle there. So here we have the proposed layout in totality. So there are some proposed works at the point of access, the removal of a section of the historic wall, which have already been carried out. In a sense, this application seeks to regularise those works which have already been carried out. And there are some proposed works to the access junction in an attempt to make that safer, and that would move a white line. There would be a hatched area, in my understanding, to the front there. So cars have a bit more visibility into the highway when they're emerging from that access. And there would also be a driveway proposed, surface driveway, and some works to the existing pub car park, and delineated parking bays is part of that proposal. Landscaping works, there would be a new boundary hedge proposed in this location, and improvements to the existing vegetation screening to these sides of the site. Now, as you can see, the proposed layouts of the dwellings, quite dense development, quite close together, yes, set in relatively small plots, which is part of the issue, certainly we as your officers have with the proposal. And the general layout idea is that the driveway would come in this way, and then you would park on the left and then walk across to your dwellings on the right, and these cart lodges would be yes, to that boundary, as you can see there. This just gives a bit more detail on the proposed layouts of the dwellings themselves and the cart lodges, and then to the access as well, if we need to come back to that. These are the proposed elevations of the dwellings. So this is plot 1. Plot 2 would be a reverse of this, and this would be the front elevation facing onto the driveway. And the maximum height would be 5.3 metres. And so we have the proposed ground floor plan, just one plan, as it is a single-storey dwelling which is proposed, and that would be 3 bedrooms. And the internal floor area would be 117.5 square metres. And then we have the roof plan as well. So the side element would have a valid pitch roof. And these are the proposed elevations, floor plans, and roof plan of the cart lodge garages. Both would be identical. They would have 2 parking bays, and there would be a hip roof to the rear, which is the closest point to the neighbouring dwellings on the opposite side of the hedge. These are the proposed street scene elevations, and I think this one gives an idea of the density and how close the dwellings would be to one another on the site. Now the case history, as I referred to at the top, so this was the first application received in 2011 for the erection of 2 dwellings and garaging with new access for dwellings and the public house. So that would be following the blocking up of the existing access. So a whole new access was proposed at this point. And that came before members at committee and was refused for the reasons of insufficient highway visibility. It was detrimental to the highway safety. The loss of a large part of the historic wall, so historic wall of importance, certainly. The impact of the proposal on the setting of the listed building and the character of the conservation area. And I think that is a common theme throughout, really. That was then appealed. That went through appeal, and the inspector's conclusions were, though they did not believe there was a material adverse effect on the highway safety of Church Street, they did, however, agree that the proposed development would be harmful to the setting of the listed public house. The loss of a section of wall would be harmful to the character of the conservation area, and overall the proposals would fail to preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. So that was the first one back in 2011. Then 9 years later, they try again, this time for 3 dwellings, and associated parking and landscaping to the rear of the public house, again including part demolition of the boundary wall to facilitate a creation of a new vehicular access. So at this point, they're still going for a new vehicular access still. Again, this went before members at committee, and it was again refused for the reasons of insufficient land contamination information, a technical detail which could be resolved, but nonetheless. Loss of large part of a historic wall, as before. Insufficient highway visibility, detrimental to highway safety, so ongoing concern despite the previous inspectorate's conclusions. Impact on the proposed setting of the listed buildings and the character of the conservation area, again, common theme. And some neighbouring amenity with this one. So the first 4 windows of plots 1 and 2 overlooking neighbouring dwellings and gardens. Now, I did attempt to appeal this one, but the appeal was never valid, and therefore the inspectorate did not take that one forward. Now, the third one, again, this is 7 months later. Again, they went for 3 dwellings, this time using the existing public house access, so a little change there. Again, it went before members. Again, it was refused for poor layout, design and scale, a cramped and contrived overdevelopment of the site, out of keeping with the character of the locality, detrimental to the local distinctiveness of this part of Felsham, and the proposal would fail to protect the amenity of neighbouring properties. So continuing themes, really. This one again was appealed, excuse me, and the inspector's conclusions. So the proposal they felt would result in an adverse effect upon the character and appearance of the surrounding area, and would not provide adequate living conditions for future occupants of the development. So 2 reasons for refusal, taking forward the council's reasons. Now, excuse me, this one again was submitted after the previous, again for 2 dwellings. Again, it went before committee. Again, it was refused. Then we're going back to access. Does not accord with the standards. Would lead to further intensification, increased risk of accidents. It was felt that the proposals were out of keeping and contrary to the character of the surrounding and existing properties of the conservation area. It's felt that the proposal detracted from the setting of the listed public house. And there were still ongoing neighbouring and amenity issues at that point, plot 1 overlooking by the existing dwelling at Maple Cottage. And again, it was appealed. Appeal again was dismissed. So whilst the inspectorate found no harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed building, this time specifically, the proposal was considered harmful to the character and appearance and significance of the conservation area, and the inspector felt that that harm was not outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal. And the inspector also found that the proposal would not result in harmful living conditions for the future occupants, and the proposal would not have an unacceptable impact on highway safety. So, in a sense, just one of the reasons for refusal was successful there, but that was sufficient. That was enough to finally refuse that application. So this one was the last one that we've had a response from the planning inspectorate for. This again was for 2 dwellings, associated parking and landscaping. Again, utilising the existing access. Suffolk's reasons for refusal: the bulk and compact modern design of a development would have a cramped and controversial impact on the character of the conservation area, would conflict with the spacious arrangement and variation between the traditional buildings of a locality, would result in the loss of a pleasant green undeveloped space within the conservation area. The proposal would result in harm and would fail to preserve or enhance the conservation area, and the public benefits of the proposal were not considered to outweigh the harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset identified. So again, this went before the planning inspectorate, and the inspector concluded that the proposed dwellings would reflect an unsympathetic, uniform appearance rather than the organic pattern of the conservation area, so they agreed with us on that point. The proposed dwellings, due to their relatively large footprints and overall massing, would be an overly conspicuous departure from the predominant frontage, I think that should be pattern, but apologies, of development in the conservation area. So again, agreeing with us on that point. The proposed garages in front of the properties would also result in unsympathetic, car-dominated suburban layout. And the public benefits, they agreed with us, are modest and short-term and would not outweigh the harm to the designated heritage asset. And this is the most recent application, which went before members in May for 2 dwellings. At that time, members resolved that the development would cause less than substantial harm to the significance of the conservation area. The development would cause less than substantial harm to the setting and significance of the Grade 2 listed 6 bells. The proposal would not provide public benefits which outweigh the harm the designated heritage assets. Again, a theme developing there, I feel. The proposal will also harm the undeveloped nature and the character of the site, which make a positive contribution to the character and appearance of the area. Now, an appeal has been lodged against this particular application, and the decision is still currently awaited, still pending from the planning inspectorate. So that one still is live in a sense, that application, but with the inspectorate to determine. So these are all the previous iterations put together on the site layout. So the initial one here in 2011, then 3 in 2020. These both had the proposed new access through the existing wall, and they were going to stop up the existing access. Later iterations were through the existing access following all the refusals. And so various from 3 to 2 dwellings, but common theme throughout. And this is the most recent here, which is with the planning inspectorate currently. And these are the elevations, just for completeness. So we have 2011, then moving forward through time, and the most recent up here. So some similarities with the original, even what we had recently. I've considered. Onto some photographs. So this is the existing access adjacent to the Six Bells public house, and this is just a close-up of the existing historic wall. Now, a section has been removed. That is part of the proposal, and that would be regularised if we were minded to approve. This is the reverse angle, looking back from the access to St Peter's Church and Church Road, showing the existing bin storage arrangements there. And this is what's termed the stable building. It's a historic stable building and a curtilage listed building and heritage asset in itself to the Six Bells. And another outbuilding which sits adjacent to the Six Bells as well, so another curtilage building. And looking between those to the proposal site, which is approximately in this location here, and moving into the pub car park, again looking back to Church Road, the rear of the Six Bells. And then just looking left from that previous slide to the existing side bit of the public garden, which is proposed to be retained, and the existing car park. Then looking through to the site itself, through the proposed location of the driveway. So this is south looking north. And then from the other side, so looking from the southeast and the nearest neighbouring properties to the west. This is taken from the far north of the site, looking back towards the Six Bells and the point of access, or proposed point of access here. And looking back across to the section of gardens which would be retained to the side there. And then finally looking back towards the nearest neighbour, which there was previous concerns of the overlooking potential of this neighbour on future occupants' amenity. So that concludes the presentation. As per the officer recommendation in the report, it's proposed that the application be refused on 4 grounds. The first being the high level of less than substantial harm to the significance of the conservation area, as advised by your heritage officers. Second, the compact modern design and impact on the undeveloped land, which is also an area of important visual space. Thirdly, insufficient information with regards impact on protected species, most significantly great-crested newts. And fourthly, insufficient information with regards proposed biodiversity net gain. So that's as per your officer's recommendation. For those reasons, we recommend it be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from members? Councillor Penny.
In the officer's mind, does the reduction in height of the buildings compared to previous applications make any material difference?
Well, I would say, it's still harmful. That's how we're concluding. And it's a high level of less than substantial harm to the conservation area. That's the current proposal before you. I think previously we were of a similar mind. Now, certainly there's a reduction in height. It would be less prominent than from certain vantage points, perhaps, away from Church Street. You wouldn't have those glimpsed views, which are referred to in previous reports. But nonetheless, still harmful. So that's how we're concluding. Harmful in a different way, perhaps.
Councillor Linda?
I wonder if we can take into consideration the fact that a 75% reduction of the parking space and the garden space for the pub would make the pub not a viable business anymore. Can we take that into account?
I don't think that's been a matter raised previously in any of the appeals, so I think we would be on difficult grounds to introduce that. We are, thank you, I think Ian's agreeing in the background there. Essentially, we have our first shot at refusal, first time round. We can't add anything later on unless things have changed, because this is essentially a reduction and the same thing. We wouldn't want to add a reason at this point. It is looking at what they've addressed from the last round of reasons for refusal, essentially.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Kin?
Thank you. I just had a question about the harm to the conservation area, because, infill sites do come forward in conservation areas. So I just wondered what specifically with this particular application was causing the harm, if it was the look or the scale or what it was. Thank you.
I'll just go to my report to remind myself, if I may. So, where's this summary? Okay, so I'm looking at paragraph 5.10 of my report. So that says, whilst attempts to reduce the height and the scale of the proposed dwellings when compared to previous refused applications is noted, it is also noted that the proposal would involve the erection of 2 substantial wide and dense detached dwellings and large cart lodge outbuildings on the site within proportionately small private gardens. The proposed dwellings would have a relatively large built footprints, would be set in relatively small plots close together, at the head of a new access road, and despite their height, they would still be glimpsed in views. There would be still glimpsed views of the proposed buildings through the access driveway and through gaps in the vegetation from Church Road. They would be widely visible and apparent from the properties which surround the application site, including the retained outdoor space associated with the 6 bells. On to paragraph 5.11, the proposal would notably introduce a significant bulk and density of compact modern design development into this part of the conservation area, and whilst the proposed finishing materials would match those used in the locality, the proposed dwellings would still appear as a pair of large executive houses which have an overall basic, bulky and cramped appearance, which would conflict with the spacious, arranged variation of traditional buildings with varied architectural detailing neighbouring and in the locality. So that's what I've written. That's helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys?
Yeah, I agree with most of the case office, well, all of the case office comments regarding the sort of scale of the development. I did take part in a previous site visit. My question is concerning the safety of the access point. When we were at when we were visiting the site, it was quite apparent this was quite a busy junction. There's a bus stop outside the pub, so the buses pull up regularly. I don't know how regularly. It may be a question of semantics. I know there's a car park behind the pub, but for me, there's a difference between choosing to use a car park rather than having to use that access because you live there. Plus, you've got a double garages, so you've got 4 cars potentially coming in and out at the busiest times of day. So I am concerned that aspect of it has still been missed off our...
What's your question?
Yeah, why has it been missed off?
Why are we not recommending refusal on highway safety grounds? Well, I think for one, they're proposing some improvements. It's a view if they are improvements, but this has gone before your highways consultants, Suffolk County Council Highway Authority, and they are not recommending refusal. Now, I think this is similar in a lot of ways to previous proposals which have gone in front of the planning inspector as well, and they haven't found harm to highway safety. So whilst I do appreciate the concerns, and I do hear those, I think it would put the council at risk if we went to appeal with this, with the recommendation of refusal based on your advice from your consultants at Suffolk County Council and having considered what has been resolved previously. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions myself. Firstly, on slide 21, can I just check that the dates are correct? Because we've got Mid Suffolk's reason for refusal on May 2024 and the appeal submitted in February 24. So was that appeal submitted for non-determination or are the dates incorrect?
Yes, I mean the current one currently being considered is an appeal against non-determination. So
that was the one that was submitted in February this year, 9th of the 2nd, 24, it says on slide 21.
Slide, can we just double check we're talking about the right slide, please? Thank you. Okay, yeah. So, appeal submitted before we agreed our reasons to defend that appeal.
So that decision in May was to defend the appeal.
Yes, I believe they're called putative reasons. Yeah.
And my other question is about the work that's already been carried out to the wall, which is part of the heritage asset. You say this application seeks to regularise that widening of the access, I assume, is what they've done. But should we be going along with your recommendation today and refusing it? That then has already been done, and would they have a chance to just put in an application to amend the wall, or would that just be an enforcement case?
Well, I believe that would be a matter for enforcement initially, and what they would do is write to them, and we'd probably get in an application just for that, I would imagine. Yes.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? If not, then we'll now invite the public speakers to address the committee. We don't have anyone from the Parish Council, but we do have an objector, Mr. Nicholas Panayi. If you would like to give your presentation, you've got 3 minutes, and I will time you with the high-tech sand timer. Thank you.
As already mentioned, this is the developer's 6th application in the last 4 years. Previous applications have been refused by this planning committee, and 3 appeals have also been dismissed by the planning inspectorate, although one is still outstanding, as we've heard. The key reasons for citing refusal on previous applications include harm to the Felsham conservation area, including the removal of a number of large mature trees, harm to the character and setting of the Grade 2 listed Six Bells and its curtilage, the increased risk to drivers and pedestrians from using the pub's existing access as a route to the proposed properties, with the Planning Committee cited following their visit to the Felsham to see for themselves dangers of the pub's access and the proposed introduction of new road markings. The potential loss of the Six Bells, which is a key and vital community amenity in the village, referenced by LP28 of the Council's new joint local plan, as cited by this planning committee in their decision to recommend refusal to the last application in February. All of these reasons are still valid, as nothing has changed. I would also add that even though Suffolk County Council Highways have stated they have no objection to the use of the pub's existing access, they have listed 9 conditions in their response to this application before the access can be used, which includes the approval of the applicant's proposal to introduce new road markings along Church Road in order to improve the visibility space for vehicles exiting the pub, as shown in their drawings PL01 on page 23 of the applicant's transport statement. However, the applicant's drawings do not show any vehicles, which is very misleading. Hence, I have updated the applicant's PL1 drawing to include vehicles, which I have submitted onto the planning portal in the documents section referenced the 4th of November as a public objection, which gives a realistic view and the true impact of the proposed new road markings and the increased safety risk to drivers and pedestrians from the applicant's so-called improvements. The planning inspector's report dismissing the last application in March 24 stated that because harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset would not have clear and convincing justification, the character and appearance of the conservation area would not be preserved. I therefore find that proposal would not adhere to policies SP09 and LP19 of the Council's joint local plan. Given the planning inspector's reasoning, surely this latest application will still be contrary to LP19 and SP09, as well as LP28 of the Council's local joint plan to protect key community amenities and should therefore be refused. Finally, any positive contribution to the village and the community from this application is far outweighed by the negative impact and harm to the Felsham conservation area, the Grade 2 listed Six Bells heritage asset, the increased risk of safety to drivers and pedestrians from the proposed new road markings and the use of the pub's existing access as a route to the new properties, and the potential future loss of the Six Bells pub, which is a key and valuable amenity to the village and the wider community. With regards to the wall that's been already taken down and rebuilt, that was done because a lorry drove into it apparently, and it was done with no planning application. I referred it to the enforcement officer. The enforcement officer said they'll investigate it. I then got an answer back 3 months later saying, oh, it's done, it's pretty much as it was before, so it's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, please.
Right. Do we have any questions of the objector? Thank you very much. We don't have a supporter and we don't have the agent or the applicant. The ward member, Councillor Wiltshire, is unable to be here. She has sent a statement which I will read out. So this is from Councillor Nikki Wiltshire, application DC 2400416. Dear Chair and Committee, I apologise I am unable to attend in person today in respect to yet another planning application to build on the pub garden of Felsham Six Bells. I have asked for this application to be considered by committee because of the long history of applications refused by the Council and at appeal. I believe the Council would be at odds with national policy guidance and its own planning policies HB1, H13, HB2, design and residential amenity. Nowhere in the local plan has this site been designated as a potential development site. Felsham is a conservation area. The public house, a Grade 2 listed building, is in the heart of the village. It is not just the listed building that create character and appearance of a heritage area, but the environment and setting that they sit in. The gardens of the public house form the setting of not just that listed building, but those surrounding it, and several unlisted properties that enhance the appearance and contribute to the charm of the village. The residents enjoy this plot of land, not just through many different events that are held on it, but peaceful use as a recreational space for all ages, promoting health and well-being, and the visual impact it has in the village centre. The established trees and species that habit the land would be disturbed and potentially destroyed if any development stripping more of the character from the conservation site. There would be significant impact to the safety of the local residents with the increase in traffic and movements, especially during construction due to the location of the land and the limited access. The most used section of the road is where the Six Bells and the community shop are frequented by all ages. Any additional congestion would be hazardous. Development on this plot of land would have detrimental impact on the public house, reducing the activities that could be hosted and potentially making it unviable to continue. We have seen so many public houses close over recent times, and the impact that this has on the local community, reducing employment, increasing social isolation, leaving dormant settlements with no community hub. The motivation around these planning applications is not to enhance the community by residents, rather to maximise profit by corporate leisure companies following the failure of so many public houses. The well-being and sustainability of the local community is not their concern, but it is ours. Development needs to work with the community to support growth, to accommodate local residents and their families for the future, ensuring our village communities continue to thrive. I asked the committee to refuse the application again and to make it clear to the developers that this site is not suitable for development, regardless of design or dwellings, due to the location within the conservation area. It may be more productive to discuss how the land can be put back in the hands of the village than continually seek to remove it from their use. Thank you. So unfortunately he's not here to take any questions. So I will move straight to the debate. Anyone like to make a contribution? Councillor Linda.
I think this was very well put in the paper you read out. So I propose that we support the officer's recommendation to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lawrence?
I'm prepared to second that.
Does anybody else wish to say anything on this matter or speak or want to say anything else about the proposal? I'd just like to add my comment about this highways issue, because I know we don't have any objection, any formal objection from Suffolk County Council, but really, I'm quite familiar with the Six Bells. I've been there. The photos that the officers sent were clearly taken when the pub wasn't open. I've been to that pub when it's been quite busy, and there are cars parked all the way around the junction, all the way around that bit of green triangle space just beyond the pub, and painting a few bits of cross-hatching on the road adjacent to the entrance to the pub car park. All people are going to do, they're going to think it's a parking space. It's not going to make any difference to the visibility because there'll probably be a car park there on the cross-hatching. So I really think it is quite sad that we can't add a highways issue onto this refusal, but I understand the officer's reluctance to do so because we don't, our highways consultees have not made any comment. You know, I do think that this is a very persistent applicant. You know, six applications that have been refused, and 3 of them have gone to appeal and been dismissed. So they're clearly quite determined. I welcome the comments from Councillor Wiltshire, and I think maybe the community need to come together and try to do something for themselves with that land to secure it, to stop this persistent continuation of planning applications. I'm sorry, you can't really come back, but it's our time. We've got yet another planning application. Will we be seeing another one once this one's been refused for something slightly different? But anyway, I shall be supporting the recommendation that has now been proposed and seconded. Councillor Linda.
Just a question out of, well, personal curiosity. Is there any limitation to the amount of times an applicant can come back with the same application?
I'll leave that to planning officers.
Not explicitly. We can consider declining to determine if we receive the same application repeatedly. The difference, I suppose, with this one is there has been evolution to the design through the time, so it's very difficult for us to do that. But that's definitely on our minds. Were we to receive something that was terribly similar, I think we might be in those grounds. But yeah, unfortunately, with that design evolution, we do have to accept a certain amount of applications.
Thank you.
Has anybody else got anything to say, or can we go straight to the vote? If no one's got anything further to say, we've got a proposer and we've got a seconder, and we're just going along with the proposal that's as in our papers. So I will ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the end of that application. We need the other planning officer. Is she here?
We can just call her up, yeah.
So we might just need a couple of minutes just to get let Alex clear away his stuff, and then the other planning officer needs to come up. And thank you very much for the member of the public.
Yes.
He's got a few minutes to get out as well. So we'll just take a couple of minutes. Thank you. So we're now going to move straight on to item 7A, DC 24-03559 at Gateway 14, plot 3200, land between the A1120 and the A14 in Stowmarket. I confirm that as the ward member, Councillor Patchett has moved across the room. He will not participate in the debate, but he will be able to speak as a ward member. I will now invite the case officer, Avril Gowdy, to introduce the application to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. So the application before us is for reserve matters consent for appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for plot 3200 at Gateway 14 in Stowmarket. Just a reminder that the presentation is purely for illustrative purposes to accompany the committee report. And I just wanted to start off by recapping the hybrid planning permission. So in summary, you can see there the yellow, shaded yellow areas have outline planning consent for the industrial park, and then the blue areas are for the highway network and the strategic landscaping. And this is a fairly recent aerial image, albeit construction on plots 1600 has fairly recently commenced down in this corner here. So yeah, plot 2000 has consent in this area. We've had 1600 with consent there, and then yeah, 1900, and then the red marks the area for 3200. And then in terms of the indicative site layout that was submitted at outline, you can see I've indicated in red the plot in question, and that sits within the area indicated for Class EG, being for innovation and office space. And then the site and its constraints. So you can see the site layout on the site location plan here, adjacent to the range building, which occupies plot 4000. And a fairly up-to-date aerial map showing a bit more context. And I'm sure we all know where Gateway 14 is, but just for context, you've got the A14 to the north, you've got Tesco's to the northwest, the A1120, and then, yeah, the range building. And then again, for context, albeit these aerial views aren't up to date, you can see plot 3200 illustrated sort of towards the edge of the Gateway 14 site. And in terms of constraints, there aren't any constraints directly affecting the site. You can see a public footpath to the south, and then there are a couple of grade 2 listed buildings to the south within the Clamp Farm Barns residential development. And then, I don't think you've got the most up-to-date version of my presentation, I'm afraid. This morning.
No, I transferred it over at 9:10.
I might have tweaked it since. If not, I can talk it through.
It's on a shared drive or something, isn't it?
I've taken it's yeah, it's on the P drive.
As long as it's updated.
Upload them before the start of the meeting.
Oh, sorry. Okay. No, you're fine. That was my fault. hope so.
We've done the other one as well, or just this one?
Sorry. So I just want to briefly cover the use of the building. As you're probably aware, the building is for a skills and innovation centre. So this has largely come about due to research that has found that there's a strong demand for a technology hub facility in the Stowmarket area, and the Stowmarket area also has a need for sort of innovation clustering. And also research has found that the overall skills level amongst the local resident population are below the regional and national average and below where needed to drive a high growth economy. So the building is essentially to fill that gap, and will co-locate skills and training functions with business and innovation functions to meet the bespoke needs of the area. And in terms of how the building will be operated, the intention is for it to be operated on behalf of the council by a third party, and I understand that the tender for that has recently been published with a view to identify the occupier in the early new year, and it will be operated alongside Freeport and education partners. And then moving to the first reserve matter of layout. So this is the site layout plan submitted with the application, and just for ease, I've just pointed out the key features. So you've got the building to the east of the site, the amenity space to the rear of the building. You've got the cycle store, which I've highlighted in blue, to the south, a bin store to the north, and then sort of the electric bus parking spaces. Sorry, I'll just go back a sec. So just to point out some key things, we've got 148 car parking spaces with a further 2 spaces to serve sort of the delivery access, 8 motorcycle parking spaces, 48 cycle parking spaces, and then the 2 EV bus parking spaces. And then just to briefly cover the changes from the indicative outline master plan and then the updated master plan, you can see there that there's been a reorientation and relocation of the building on the plot from a roughly east-west to north-south alignment. The location and scale of the car park has changed, and they're also a larger plot size than originally envisaged. Just to recap site connectivity, which has already been secured under the hybrid permission. You've got the Toucan crossing across the A1120. Mill Lane to the north has been stopped up. New footpath connection to the Gipping Valley Way. In terms of parking and EV, yeah, you can see there 148 spaces and 8 motorcycle stands and 48 cycle spaces. So the cycle store, which is the next slide, provides for 40 cycle parking spaces. And then just to point out, you can briefly just about make out there's some Sheffield stands on either side of the entrance to provide visitor parking, cycle parking, and I understand that's to provide 8 spaces. And just generally the parking, EV and cycle parking is compliant with Suffolk parking guidance. And then, yeah, that's just a bit more context of the cycle storage. You can see there it's a flat roof with a green roof to match the roof of the building. And the idea is that cyclists will use this secondary access here rather than the main access as an alternative access, as it provides access directly into lockers and shower facilities on that side of the building. And then just a quick look at the staff amenity area. So as I said previously, this is located at the back of the building. There's a distance of about 8 metres between the back of the building and the plot boundary. And then this is just a more zoomed in version of that to give some additional context. The idea is that could be used as breakout spaces from the building. There's some sort of doors off the back here that will go straight out into this area. And the area will have litter bins and a range of seating. And then I just wanted to show the access strategy, showing how pedestrians, cyclists, cars, buses will potentially enter and exit the site. So you can see there's one main access point. Obviously, access has already been approved, so this bell mouth is already in situ on the site. And just to point out, as you'll note, that Mid Suffolk Disability Forum have commented on accessibility of the site. Just to point out here the dropped curbs that provide a convenient and accessible access route, with dropped curbs also running along this side of the sort of parking area. And then turning to scale, so just to show the existing site levels and then what was secured at outline stage. So condition 11 of the outline planning permission secured the building on this plot to be 15 metres high. And the cut and fill strategy essentially takes soil from the north and used it to fill areas on the south of the site. And the subsoil is proposed to be stored for future plots. And then in terms of just looking at what was secured at outline versus what we've got at reserve matters. So the purple indicates that the finished floor levels are in accordance with the indicative levels at outline. Likewise, the building height is below the maximum set at outline, and the maximum building height in metres is 15 metres as per the outline. And just taking some sections through the site so you can see the change in levels. For context, the southern one, you can see sort of this area where my cursor is the strategic landscaping boundary around the site, and then you've got Gateway Boulevard is essentially where my cursor is here. And then just to point out also, the Bund is this area here that screens Clamp Farm Barns. And then turning to appearance. So So the aspiration for this building was to deliver a modern, energy efficient building, for it to have its own identity, but also follow the consistent design theme that we've seen on the other plots at Gateway 14. So we've got metal cladding for the walls, a green roof, which I've got an additional slide on, and aluminium windows and doors, with also a brick plinth that you can dark brick here, and then also you've got the protruding stair cores on either end of the building. And then those are the side elevations to be brick, and you can see the stair cores here. And then just in terms of the materials, to give a bit of additional context, so you've got the dark brick shown here, and then you've got the profiled cladding on the left-hand side, and the rain screen anodised aluminium plank cladding on the right-hand side. And I just wanted to give a bit of additional context to that cladding. So this is an example of a building that uses this cladding, and the same here. I think this one is a bit more silvery than this is probably a more similar representation of what it would look like. And then moving to the floor plans. So I think 3 floors are proposed. This is the ground floor. The building will host meeting and training rooms, office units, large meeting rooms, cafe and lounge, and a post-printing room and stores. So you can see you've got a central atrium here with a staircase, and this is also to be the cafe and lounge, and then you've got some meeting rooms and office space to either side. And also just to point out in relation to the disability forum's comments, you've got a lift provided centrally here that goes across the 3 floors. And then, yeah, a fairly similar layout on the 1st and 2nd floors. And then in terms of the green roof, so we have a flat roof on this building to provide both the green roof and the PV panels. And also centrally, as you can see here, you've got a plant room. So the PVs, as I understand it, are to be raised so that planting can grow underneath them. Essentially, these are kind of illustrative examples of how it would work in practice. And then just in terms of the colours, the colour palette is generally been taken to be grey tones with then the bronze coloured cladding, and these have been informed by the environmental colour analysis. In terms of the design code that was secured at outline and by condition, this building is entirely in compliance with that. And some helpful CGIs of the building. So this is essentially taken from the access point looking directly towards the entrance. So you can, obviously you can see the large protruding canopy and the central glazed area. And this is the pedestrian cycle walkway that takes you from that access point directly to the entrance of the building. And then this one taken sort of from the south corner of the site. You can see just in the corner of this image the cycle store, and then one taken from the other side. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to briefly cover off the energy and sustainability features. So we've got a 54 kilowatt peak roof mounted solar PV, and I understand that takes about 245 square metres of panels on the roof. Air source heat pumps, BREEAM excellent air tightness, LED lighting, adopt a fabric first approach, and rainwater harvesting for use in the toilets and landscape watering. And in terms of external works finishes, obviously the green is the soft landscaping, and then you've got a variety of different surface treatments to sort of demarcate the different. See, this one here obviously demarcates the pedestrian and cyclist entrance. And then landscaping, This is the landscaping plan submitted with the application. Got a selection of ornamental and native trees, native hedges, wildflower planting. The landscaping is predominantly proposed around the building and between the rows of car parking. And just to note, the outline permission secured that each plot had to bring forward at least 20% of the plot as landscaping, and this plot delivers 21.1%, so is therefore in compliance with that. And I've also just included at the bottom the BNG calculations. Obviously, there's a requirement to provide 10%, and you can see they're providing 10.5%. And just a reminder that that on-plot landscaping is accompanied by strategic landscaping, and I've got some photos of that as well around the boundary. And then turning to photos. So this is taken from Gateway Boulevard facing southeast. You can just about make out some of the dwellings at Clamp Farm Barns in the background. This is taken also from Gateway Boulevard, but facing south, so you can just about see the range building in the corner. And also taken from Gateway Boulevard, essentially facing directly onto the site. And this is the access point to be used. And again, you can just about start to make out the bund here between Clamp Farm Barns and the development, and then there's also the substation area here. And again, from Gateway Boulevard, looking north this time, so the access to the site is around this area. And again, this is the bund here and the substation. I feel like I should have pointed this out on other drawings, but so the site does have two bell mouths that were approved under the outline planning permission. So this is the secondary one, which is actually proposed to be blocked up, and I can point that back out on a site plan where that was, but due to the site levels, use of that access hasn't proved to work necessarily. And again, this is further along Gateway Boulevard facing west. So the building would obviously essentially be on the right of this image, and then you can see the range building in the background. And again, so this is just to point out here, the strategic landscaping that you can see, that's obviously already in situ. And yep, so that concludes the presentation, and the recommendation to members is to approve reserve matters consent with conditions as listed in the report.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from members? Councillor Elkin, followed by Councillor Penny.
Thank you. Sorry, it was just a quick question about the sort of the layout. It seemed quite car-dominated, the landscape, as you approach it. And I just wanted to ask if there was anything to protect pedestrians. I could see it was marked out in a different colour, but are the pedestrians essentially walking alongside the car parking? Sorry, I didn't note the slide down. Sorry about that. But I think it was one of the ones with the sort of... Yeah, that one.
Yeah. So obviously, there will be a requirement that some cars, to access the rows of car parking, they will have to cross that path, essentially. I mean, we could ask, I don't know whether there's an intention for the car park to be like one way, or if there's any restrictions to how it's like used in practice. But I think probably the idea is that it will be a kind of pedestrian first, as that they've kind of got that marked walkway.
So I'm absolutely not an expert in how you design these things, but it just seemed a shame if it wasn't a very comfortable place for pedestrians, because there's mixed use and it's not
I think
clear,
quite
so.
an important feature of the design was that people would come off that into that entrance and walk, you know, you'd walk straight to that to kind of be the framed entranceway, which is why it has been designed that way.
Thank you. Councillor Penny was next. Can you turn your mic off, Councillor Elkin?
Yeah, my question is also on similar points. In the access strategy, the entrance for pedestrians and cyclists was only shown coming from one direction. Presumably they will be coming from both directions. Probably the most likely direction is the one not shown. And it's not clear from the junction layout how that would be regulated and whether that junction would be LTN 120 compliant. Similarly, with a similarity to Councillor Elkin's question, is that how is priority access through the site indicated? Is it, do cyclists and pedestrians have priority? In particular, once you get to the main entrance, where the main cycle parking area is off to the right, there would seem to be no specific route for them to take.
Yeah, so I think broadly the kind of pedestrian priority point might be best deferred to the applicant team that are here. But can I put the slides quickly back up? I've got to work out. I'll go this way. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I'll go back with this one. So I think the intention is that cyclists would still use this main entranceway, and then if you can see here, there is space. I think it has to be a 3-point-something meters gap between the car parking spaces and the building. So the intention is that they would use that to access that and then go into the building, and then likewise in reverse.
Does that answer your question?
Not entirely. So cyclists and pedestrians will presumably access the site from the north as well as the south?
Yeah, I think the expectation would be that if they were coming from the north, obviously there's the footway, cycleway here, and then they would use the dropped curbs here to cross onto this side and then follow that same path directly to the entrance of the building.
And how would the priorities work?
That's the question I think we can ask the applicant team.
It's also interesting that in your CGI image of showing the pedestrian route, the cyclist is on the roadway. Just interesting. Are you happy? Can I move on to, I think it was Councillor Warboys?
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, do we have any information at the moment about the sort of lighting scheme? I understand it's pending. I just realised, looking at the CGIs, there's no lights indicated at all, and because of its nature, this large car park's going to be used throughout the day, sort of in the evening. So the question is really about the security for people using the car park.
Yeah, unhelpfully, I haven't put the lighting plan in the presentation. I can get it up if there is a desire to see it, but essentially the lighting around the site is to be column mounted, wall mounted, bollard and surface mounted lighting, fairly similar to what we've got on the other plots, but I can try and find the plan if you want to see it.
Well, yes, I think it'd be useful.
Thank you. Are there any other questions that we could take whilst the case officer is looking up the plans? Doesn't look like it. Oh, Councillor Penny.
Yeah, are there any details for the EV charging? Do we have are the plans the latest, most up to date, most compatible type? I did hear a radio program the other day about payment methods as well. How accessible would they be for all types of vehicle and all methods of payment?
Not sure we know the answer to payment. That might be something we have to defer to the applicant on. But I know there's been discussions about getting the right mix of chargers, whether super fast might be an option. But I think that there is the 7 kilowatt chargers on site that would be as required by Suffolk parking guidance, but that might be something we can come back to the applicants on.
As I understand it, all new public EV chargers have to be payable by credit card. We don't have to have an app. That's the new regulation. So if they're being built now, you should have the access of just paying with a credit card. You don't have to have an app or an account. But that's what I understood. And certainly all the newer ones that I've recently visited, you can just pay with a credit card. Some of the older ones you have to have an account with an app. Councillor Elkin, did you have another question?
It was just another about the cycling provision. It could just be the way it's laid out in the papers, but there was I think it's page 13, Place Services, one of their comments was that the locations of the cycle provisions should be safer, more attractive and more convenient. I don't know if that was an earlier comment that's been superseded or if that is an outstanding concern that they have. I just wanted to ask.
I think, essentially that comment does still stand. Obviously we haven't, it hasn't been, the location hasn't been moved during the course of the application. I think that location is essentially, originally, sort of, when we first saw the plans, it was tucked the other side of the stair court in the far corner. So we asked, obviously, for it to be pulled out into a more open, observed location. But there is a desire for it to stay in close proximity to that stair court because people that use those facilities are likely to then go up to the showers and lockers. And I also think, they want to keep that attractive entrance space kind of as uncluttered as possible, and having it there kind of what is a workable layout.
Have you managed to get the lighting plan?
We're just downloading it now.
Right,
sorry.
okay. Any other questions while we're just downloading the lighting plan? Councillor Lawrence.
This may be more appropriate to the applicant, but I'd like to delve a little bit into why we're considering a green roof on a bicycle shed. The substantial weight of a green roof on such a small fabric, or such a small building area, on a cost-risk-benefit analysis would seem to me to be rather futile and probably more ideological than actual practical.
I think that is probably a question we can defer to the applicants, but I think there was just a desire to tie it in to the kind of aesthetic of the main building. Obviously the ones we've got on other plots are more industrial in style with this, you know, I don't know if they're plastic, but the clear ones with the kind of curved roof, the more typical style. And I think, you know, there was an opportunity to do something a bit nicer on this plot, hence why that's what was chosen.
I'm just thinking of value for money and its cost to the council. And
That's not necessarily a planning concern. That's the council's decision, isn't it?
Well, I'm questioning it. Okay.
So if there aren't any other, we can always come back. If we've got questions on the lighting display once we've got it up on the screen, we can go back to it. But I will now invite the public speakers to address the committee. We don't have anyone from the Parish Council. We don't have an objector. We don't have a supporter. We have the agent, Hannah Villani. So over to you. You've got your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for your time today. As you just heard, my name is Hannah Villani, and I'm a planning consultant at Avison Young. So, as you've heard from the case officer, hybrid planning permission was granted in November 2021 for the Gateway 14 development, delivering a strategic employment site for the district and delivering thousands of jobs. And since that time, there's been significant progress made with the delivery of the road, strategic landscaping, the unit for the range at plot 4000, and also grant of reserve matters consent for further plots at plot 2000, plot 1900 for Assam Panel, and plot 1600 for Bowder, which is currently on site. The reserve matters application before you today is for plot 3200. The proposal, as you've heard, is for an innovation and skills centre to be delivered by the council to meet the needs of local businesses and provide training opportunities. Research commissioned by Mid Suffolk and engagement with local businesses has highlighted the need for space and networking opportunities for digital and tech ventures, as well as office startup workspaces. The centre aims to also offer adult learning and employer-led skills development, particularly in green skills, digital skills and environmental innovation, which aligns with the aims of Freeport East, as well as areas with evidenced local gaps, such as higher business management. The project's been developed in collaboration with regional universities and colleges who intend to deliver training and short courses to directly meet local employer needs and reduce gaps within the local labour force. The centre therefore provides facilities to meet these needs, including flexible meeting and training rooms, office units, including co-working space and small offices for start-up and grow-on businesses, and supporting facilities such as cafe lounge and large meeting rooms to encourage people to collaborate. The ultimate aim is to grow skills locally and support local wage growth by keeping businesses in the district and upskilling the local workforce to encourage in-district recruitment. We've worked closely with Regeneration and Economic Growth colleagues to ensure the building meets needs and is configured in such a way as to provide the most efficient and high-quality working environment that it can, and ensure that it's fully fit for the challenges of now and in the future. The reserve matters application for plot 3000 is fully in accordance with the control parameters of the approved outline planning permission. In terms of the scheme's benefits, I've already talked about the significant benefits as a result of upskilling and local business space. Plot 3200 will also deliver a high-quality building for the site, which has been discussed with officers during determination, and also has been configured to provide the high-quality workspace that I've already discussed. The building's been designed to meet Brome Excellent, will be built to net zero shell and core, and will achieve an EPC A rating. Solar panels have been maximised on the building, which also has an innovative green hybrid roof solution, which will maximise planting benefits with solar generation. Landscaping is proposed in excess of the 20% requirement to provide biodiversity enhancements, an amenity area and a green setting for the buildings. The amenity area is designed to spill out from the building's cafe to encourage users of the centre to meet and collaborate within a green setting. Ample parking has been provided, as agreed with Suffolk County Council Highways, and sustainable transport will be promoted through the installation of EV charging points, inclusion of cycle shelters, showers and lockers, and cycle parking for visitors.
Are you almost at the end?
Yes.
Thank you. If you just have your final sentence, please.
Sustainable travel will also be promoted through a shuttle bus, and that's it. Thank you, officers, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Right, shall we go for some questions to the applicant agent, and then we'll come back to the lighting design in due course. So, Councillor Penny.
Is this the right time to ask about the cycling?
Yeah, you can ask the applicant agent.
Yeah, so I am very concerned really about the access strategy that seems to throw car users, pedestrians and cyclists all wanting to go in different directions together. To my mind, most cyclists and pedestrians...
Can we have a question, please? To your mind, that's an opinion.
Yes, but before the question is formed.
I think I need to ask a question.
As most pedestrians and cyclists will be approaching the entrance from the north, would it not be better to separate the cyclists, for example, round to a cycle storage location also to the north rather than to the south, where they would have to cross a junction and negotiate lots of cars? For instance, it could follow the northern perimeter around to that location. Was that something you've considered?
So I'm going to leave it to Martin to talk about the specific safety standards for cyclists that have been incorporated, but as an overarching response to your question, yes, the location of the cycle store was carefully considered in the context that the access to the site is already in situ and therefore provides a level access to the front of the building, which is obviously needed. Just reading out the writing. The other thing to mention is that we've obviously worked with Suffolk County Council officers during determination who are happy with the cycle provision and the cycle access that's proposed. So they have reviewed that in detail. Martin, is there anything that you want to add on safety standards for the cycle route?
I don't think there was only a particular question about safety standards that you wanted me to answer. So,
does that answer the question, Councillor?
Can I just ask you all to bring your mic slightly closer because I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I couldn't quite hear your response. Sorry.
Apologies. Is that better?
No, the gentleman's response. I could hear you very well. Thanks.
Say what you said again because we didn't hear it very well.
yeah, I don't think there was actually particularly a question about the safety of pedestrians and cyclists. You were focused on the routing, which I believe my colleague has answered. So if there's a specific safety issue question, I'd be happy to answer that.
Councillor Warboys?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Well, it relates to the sort of detail of the lighting plan. Because this site is much more public site relative to the rest of the Gateway 14, it will be used by a wider range of people. Has advice been sought on ensuring public safety on the site, whether it's sort of enhanced light levels, advice from the police, or possible use of closed-circuit television to monitor the site?
Yes, so in terms of the lighting, hopefully we'll see the plan in a moment if you'd still like to look at it, but the lighting has been designed by a specialist lighting contractor, Hydrock, who have designed the lighting for the rest of the scheme, and they've carefully considered matters such as public safety, obviously light spillage, ecology, and so on in designing that lighting. That lighting's also been reviewed with Suffolk County Council Highways from a safety perspective, as well as the environmental health officer and the Secure by Design team, who had no comments on the application. In terms of CCTV, I believe that CCTV will be proposed at the site. Yes, yeah.
Would this be a good time to put the lighting plan up? Because I've been told by officers that it's now available. No, it's not? Okay, well, carry on. If you'd like to carry on answering your question, because I rudely interrupted you, Emily.
Thank you. So in terms of CCTV, there is a CCTV strategy for the whole of Gateway 14, so that more cameras are being brought on board as more of the park is being opened up and being used. So there will be CCTV coverage of the Skills and Innovation site, and the intention is for the monitoring of that CCTV to occur within the Skills and Innovation building in due course as well.
Do you want to come back on that, or do you want to wait for the lighting map?
I think I'll just come back on
okay.
it. And then I think, just clarify my question. I think because of the nature of this site, is it enhanced the sort of lighting and security because of people using it at all hours of the day, because it's an education facility, there'll be students there, there'll be young people there.
So all plots on the park are open 24/7, so they are all being used at all hours of the day and night. Having said that, the lighting strategy proposes appropriate lighting to make sure the site is safe at all hours of the day, as has been done on other plots. So yes, that has been considered.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. The main approach looks, if I've understood correctly, is a mixed use between cars and pedestrians. So I was just wondering what measures are there to keep pedestrians safe? Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of the cycle route, it's a 3-metre route that's shared between cyclists and pedestrians. So that is intended to be segregated from the car route, although that is by kind of demarcation on the pavement rather than any specific segregation barrier. But it is a sufficiently wide route that provides enough space for cyclists. And again, that's been reviewed with Suffolk County Council Highways. The car park will also be speed limited to 5 miles an hour, so there will be low speeds within that area to obviously ensure that it is safe for all users. In terms of any signage, again, I'm going to look to Martin. Do you know if there would be any signage in the car park? No. I believe it's not required because of the 5 mile per hour speed, which is sufficient to ensure safety.
You want to come back?
Just to clarify, when you were looking at it earlier, it sounded like cars will turn across that space. Is that right? So it's a different coloured material on the ground, but there's no segregation, and cars will also be using that space, I think.
Sorry, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, cars would cross it to access the parking bays, but yeah, that it would be. I think it's a relatively standard solution for a car park of this site, and again, it is a wide route to make sure that it's kind of sufficient for all of those users. But yes, cars would cross it.
Thank you. Before we just go into the lighting, while we're on the subject of cyclists, I just want to ask. I picked up in your. And what you said about you're going to have lots of short courses for educational courses for people. Now, I see you've got the lockable bicycle storage at the southern end of the building, but that presumably is for sort of regular attendees. And you've only got 4 Sheffield toast rack stands, 8 bikes as visitors. Now, if someone's attending a short course, they're not going to have a key to the lockable storage. So do you think 8 cycle parking is sufficient for your short courses? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, we think that is sufficient for the number of people that are likely to be using the building, bearing in mind that the skills and training space is only one element of the building, and kind of the upper floors are occupied by office spaces where people would be there on a more regular basis and would have a key to the store. So we're confident that will provide sufficient cycle parking. I believe the travel plan for the site includes monitoring, so those cycle parking spaces could always be increased in future if there was a need to do so.
Clearly, overall, your cycle parking spaces are sufficient. I'm just questioning the split of the lockable cycle storage, which is only accessible by regular people going to the building, and the visitor space. But maybe that'll come back in debate. Right, are we now ready for the lighting plan?
Thank you. Yeah, so we'll just cover the top half and then the bottom half just to point out. So, yeah, so these sort of mauve purple ones are column mounted lights. You can see they're around the entrance here, along the northern boundary. Can I also drag, or is that, oh, I can. So yeah, these essentially go all the way around the boundary of the building. We've also got some bollard lights here for on the entrance, and these blue ones in between the car parking rows are also column mounted, and they'll obviously light up the banks of car parking. And then I believe you can't, let me try and zoom a little bit more. Can't really make them out very well, but I believe there's also some surface lights around the bottom of the building. I think they're the red around here. So I think, yeah, taking that, looking at where they're located, I think it's quite clear that the site will be lit. This, the scheme has been reviewed by Place Services Ecology to look at effect on wildlife, and then also the environmental health team to look at sort of light spill and potential impact on sort of residential amenity, and no objections have been raised.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the lighting? Do you want to put your mic on if you're going to?
I'm just wondering if the police have been consulted as to whether it's adequate for student use throughout the day.
I believe they've been consulted on the reserve matters, but I don't recall we've received a response from them.
No.
So they've had the opportunity to comment on it, but I will triple check.
Can I just ask, while we're on the subject of lighting and bicycles, is the lockable bicycle storage shed lit?
Yes, in simple answers.
I'm only asking because often they're just standalone buildings and they've got no power, so there will be lighting inside.
Yes, it will be lit, yes.
We're just waiting to check about the police comment, but I suspect they haven't. Are there any other questions of the... We're on the questions to the agent at the moment. Councillor Hardingham.
Yes, I've got two questions, really. The first one is about workshop space, learning space for actual manual skills. From what I've heard, it sounds as if most of the space was going to be given over to offices and so on. Is there actually provision for space where students can acquire manual skills in, say, fitting solar panels, looking inside an inverter, and that kind of thing? So actual kind of workshop bench space.
Yeah, shall I answer that question first? Yeah?
Yeah, that's the first one.
So, yes, in response to your query, yes, there is training space at the site that could deliver a range of skills training, including manufacturing training, if that was what was required. It will depend on the kind of skills that that are delivered at the centre. As I said, the council's been in liaison with the number of local educational providers to determine that exact offer, but the building would be able to provide those types of training, yes.
Mm-hmm. Right, thank you. And the second question, I noticed you've got thermal hot water panels, but it seems remarkably small. I was wondering whether that's been thought through fully and whether or not a thermal hot water panel couldn't be sized somewhat larger and provide a larger proportion of the hot water requirement for the building. It's 8 square metres. I've got 1.5 metres to 2 metres on my house, which provides plenty of hot water, but only for one domestic house.
Yes, so our sustainability consultant has been involved in designing the PV and thermal hot water provision at the site. They're confident that that meets the requirements of the building. There's a relatively limited hot water requirement. It would just be for the showers and not really anything else. So they're confident that's sufficient. That's also been reviewed by the council's independent environmental consultant, Ecolytic. They're happy that proposal is sufficient as well.
Any more questions? Councillor Elkin?
Thank you. It was just about I know the operator hasn't been appointed yet, and again, it was just about the flexibility of the space inside. I'm sure this is quite an expensive project for the council. How have we factored in that when an operator is appointed, they might want to change how it's used, or they might want to slightly change the offer for the building? Can it be adapted?
Yes, so the design of the kind of building as a whole has been the subject of extensive engagement with local colleges, universities, as well as local businesses, and with economic growth and regeneration colleagues. So we're confident that the building provides what it needs to as a whole. In terms of how that's divided up internally, we've shown kind of indicative partitions, which are the dotted lines you can see on the floor plans. Those could be moved around to suit the needs of whoever is taking the space. If they need a larger space, obviously it could be combined. Equally, it could be divided up. So yes, it is flexible to meet the needs when the operator is on board.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Penny, did you want to ask about the EV charging, which I think was directed, you asked about EV charging, and the officer suggested you might want to ask that to the agent.
Yes, I could just ask a general point about what are the EV charging provisions and payment methods expected.
So in terms of the provision, so it's 20% active, 20% passive EV chargers in accordance with Suffolk County Council standards. They are the 7 kilowatt chargers. The reason that those chargers have been specified is because people are likely to spend a significant number of hours at the centre. They're not going to pop in and pop out. So they've been specified for people to use over a period of the day. The other reason they're the 7 kilowatt chargers is because by its nature, the centre is a kind of local offering. It will be visited by people from the local area or the local and regional area. So any charging on site is likely to be top-up charging rather than, someone's driven a really long distance, run their car down to zero and will need to top it up completely. So the 7 kilowatt chargers for those two reasons. Payment methods, I don't think that's been identified yet. So that will come out in due course. That's not a planning matter.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Elkin? Councillor Laura? Oh, sorry, Councillor Patchett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So obviously, my question was about the EV chargers. So I know we've gone for sort of 37 kilowatt chargers, but obviously the thing is with chargers is that if you've got a higher capacity charger, it can work backwards. But if you've got a low capacity charger, you can't pull any more through, so 7 is your limit. So I think when you look at the chargers that have been installed in the rest of Stowmarket recently, they're all 22 kilowatt. So, and I know we've gone for 30 chargers, which is 20%, but we're only remitted to actually install 15%, aren't we, I think, by policy. So I would have liked to have seen 22 kilowatt chargers as a minimum. 7 for an innovation centre. 7 seems we're looking backwards.
Can we have? So you've asked the question: are there 22 kilowatts? Have they been considered? Is that right?
Yeah. Why don't we consider
Right.
higher
I'll
capacity chargers?
I'll let the agent answer, and then I'll have my own answer.
So, I've just explained the reasons why the 7 kilowatt chargers have been identified. That's what the council has decided to propose for those reasons. 22 kilowatt chargers were considered, but were discounted for those reasons. The provision would be 15 at the outset, and then 15 have the infrastructure to be delivered in due course. So again, the travel plan for the site monitors the usage of EV chargers and would increase that provision if they were full.
On the subject of 22 kilowatt chargers, very few modern electric cars which can do super fast charging at DC will not charge at 22 kilowatts. Even from a 22 kilowatt charger, a lot of cars are limited to 7 kilowatts. Even a Tesla is only limited to 11 kilowatts on an AC charger. So there are very few older models of electric cars that can't do super fast charging that can charge at 22 kilowatts. But a lot of modern cars can't anyway, so there's a great point for my daughter who has got a 22 kilowatt charging vehicle, but a lot of modern cars won't charge at 22 kilowatts anyway. Any further questions? Right, so we now move on to the ward member, Councillor Patchett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I definitely am sort of supportive of the Skills Innovation Centre. I think quite often when you have ward members here, they're usually objecting, and they've usually got lots of documentation to pull from, MPPF and lots of government legislation. When you're actually supportive of a build, there's only so many ways you can say you think it's really good and brilliant. Of course I welcome it. I think it's going to be the jewel in the crown of Gateway 14. It's definitely the one area where we can put our stamp on it, we can put our mark on it and sort of state who we are as a council. I welcome all of the sustainability measures like the green roof and the PV and the solar thermal and sustainable travel, you know, with the abundance of sort of EV parking spaces, and we can also receive the electric bus, which is hopefully going to ferry people from the sort of train station up to the Gateway 14 site. And again, we're going to provide green skills that are sort of severely lacking in the market at the moment. There aren't many places that have this provision. So hopefully this is going to put sort of Stowmarket, Mid Suffolk and Suffolk as a whole on the map as sort of leaders in this field. As I sort of previously sort of said in the comments, I would have liked to have seen sort of more forward-looking chargers, and also what is missing in the detail is also what capacity the bus chargers will be as well, because they need to be at least over 100 kilowatts in order to sort of make that bus sort of viable and able to sort of turn around, have sort of quick turnarounds. You know, a bus will not operate on a 22 kilowatt charger. It will need quite a chunky charger. So yeah, so definitely supportive of it, and I hope that the committee members are sort of supportive as well. Councillor Lay didn't sort of pass on any comments, but I know he's sort of fully supportive, and we walked the site a few weeks ago, and yeah, we're really looking forward to it as ward councillors. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the ward member? If not, then I will open this item up for debate. Anyone wish to make a start? Councillor Penny.
Yeah, overall, as Councillor Patchett has stated, it's hopefully going to be a state-of-the-art building, and something I very much want to support. I do want to see that they get everything right, though, and I have concerns about the junction where pedestrians and cyclists are going to be made to cross a junction unnecessarily. better efforts could be made to separate users of the whole car park, to keep them separated better. I would have preferred a cycle route round to the northern perimeter on the same side that they're accessing the access and the cycle storage there. So it just looks like a bit of a mess, the car park and access. But I do support everything else that I hear about and read and see.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Lawrence?
I totally support the skills centre and the provision of a skills centre. What I do object to is the provision of a green roof, which is then covered by solar panels or PV panels, possibly with making the growth medium redundant, putting it in the shade, making it very difficult to maintain, and the exorbitant cost of having the roof strengthened to provide for the green roofs. I think they're an unnecessary addition to the project. So on that basis, I'll be objecting to the landscaping, a part of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Whilst there's nobody else is coming forward, I understand where Councillor Penny's coming from. I actually quite like the idea of just a different coloured strip of path for pedestrians and cyclists, as long as it is very clear that within the car park, cyclists and pedestrians have priority. But I don't really understand why that different coloured bit of tarmac couldn't be on the left-hand side of the entranceway rather than the right-hand side, because then they don't have to cross the entrance bell mouth. But I'm not convinced by having a path right around the perimeter of the car park, because cyclists just wouldn't use it because it's the long way around. It wouldn't be a desire line. But I really couldn't see why that painted strip of tarmac or whatever, different colour stone tarmac bit for the cyclists and pedestrians couldn't just be on the other side of the entranceway. I also quite like the green roofed bicycle shed. I don't like those semicircular perspex ones. They just end up getting green mould on them anyway, and they might as well be green. So I quite like that idea. I think it's maybe a little bit quirky, but I think it's quite nice. As I've said before, I think maybe given that I now know there's going to be little short courses there, I'm a bit worried about that only 4 bike racks is insufficient, but maybe if it proves to be insufficient and you get a load of bikes being locked to the lampposts, you might put a few more in. Yeah, so I am supportive of it, and I think some work has gone into making it a nice design, but you're right. Why couldn't that bike path, just that bike pedestrian access, be on the left-hand access point rather than the right? But I probably will be supporting this. It'd be nice if it was the other way around, though. Anyone else wish to make a comment? Councillor Hardingham.
Yes, I'm certainly in favour of the proposal as a whole. I wonder whether we couldn't actually suggest to the agent that the cycle provision and the access be referred to a cycling body for a review as to whether or not the access could be improved in terms of safety from the point of view of cyclists in particular and pedestrians as well.
Anyone else got anything they'd like to say or come up with a proposal? Councillor Warboys?
Yes, I really am. As Councillor Patchett says, I think this is a really important contribution Gateway 14 is going to make. I did check, because I did wonder about the solar panels on the green roof. Apparently they can lead to a 4 to 5% efficiency gain, because of the green roof at certain times of year actually cools the solar panels and actually increases their efficiency. So I'll be supporting this application and the green roof.
You're not formally making a proposal, though.
I'm up to
You're
propose it, yes,
you're
I would
proposing.
propose this.
Do we have a seconder for the proposal? Councillor Elkin, are you seconding?
Yes.
And you want to say something as well?
Yes, I mean, I'm very happy to second for all the reasons everybody's already said. It would be brilliant to have a little bit of a look at the cycling and pedestrian separation from cars. I'm just speaking as somebody who regularly nearly gets squashed on one of those areas for pedestrians, which is only demarcated by a difference in surface. So, you know, some very clear signage would be very welcome, but in every other way, no, I think it's a great project and I'm very happy to second.
Any further comments? No? I presume we can't because we got an application before us, we can't ask for any amendments to the car park layout because we have to take what we got. Is that right?
I think you do really, Chair. I was contemplating the options. The only option that seems to me a possibility would be if you delegated to the Chief Planning Officer, but I think you're into semantics then. It's been through a lot of review, it's been through a lot of officer time and amendments. I'm not sure what would be gained by doing so, unless you really felt strongly that the solution before you was refusable. I wouldn't probably suggest that as an option. I think we do need to make a decision on what's before us today.
And we've got a proposal and a seconder, so I guess we have to go to the vote and see what happens. I will leave the Governance Officer to open up the electronic voting.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now ready. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 6 votes for and 1 against.
Yeah,
that's carried.
7.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If it's all right with everyone else, we'll carry on to the final case on our list, which is item 7B, DC 24-01422, land to the northeast of Mill Lane, Creating St Peter. Thank you. Over to you, Avril.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, the application before us is for advertisement consent at Gateway 14. Back in September 2023, an advertisement consent application was submitted for 4 marketing signs. And this application seeks essentially to reface one of those signs. I'm going to not cover this in much detail because we know where Gateway 14 is. And again, no constraints affecting the area to which the sign is located, which is broadly in this vicinity, close to the A1120 roundabout. So this was the site plan submitted with the previous advertisement consent application. You can see the 4 signs located here. You've got this application relates to this sign here, but there was also one on the edge of plot 4000 for the range, one on the corner down here, and then also on this corner. And then just for context, plot 4000, plot 2000, and as I said, that's the sign subject to this application. This was the approved sign, essentially text and marketing details, and the proposal is essentially just to reface it to include an image of the approved reserve matters elevations. The location, form, scale of the sign is to remain the same. And just for some context, this is the sign in question, in situ here. And again, this sign here. And again, this sign here. So, yeah, the recommendation is to grant advertisement consent with conditions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the officer? Councillor Penny.
Just one. There isn't any indication of whether it is or would be illuminated or not? I assume it isn't.
It's non-illuminated, yeah.
Any further questions? Okay, so have we got any public speakers? We don't have anyone from the parish council. We don't have an objector. We don't have the supporter. We don't have the agent. We have the ward member, Councillor Patchett. You got anything to say on this one?
Fully supportive. Hope the committee are too. Let's go to lunch.
Any questions of the ward member? If not, then we'll open it up for debate. Councillor Warboys.
Temporary anyway, but it's important for the marketing of Gateway 14. So I'd like to propose we accept the officer's recommendations and approve this.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Penny. Thank you. Does anyone wish to make any comments on this application? I think it looks better with a picture of the new building rather than just that plain blue, so I'm all in favour of it. So unless somebody else has got anything else to say, I will ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that's ready. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 7 votes for. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 8 on our agenda is site inspections. Do we have any to report?
No, Chair.
Thank you very much. So the next meeting of Mid Suffolk Planning Committee will be on Wednesday the 18th of December at 9:30 a.m. here in the Council Chamber. So I declare this meeting closed at 13:56. Thank you very much.